No, it's not just that. It's
Yes, you moron.
the appeal to nature fallacy.
Ah, there it is. Wow. You idiot. Get the out of here, you moron. Who the do you think you are? Get the out of here. Anyway, you arrogant Are you watching Haircafe? You're a imbecile. Vegan YouTuber Haircafe made a video about carnivores, including myself.
Alright, so I really wish I could end this with Eric Berg, because this next kid is borderline unbearable to listen to.
Well, it's your opinion. But, okay, continue.
The snarkiest, smarmiest, smuggest pseudo-intellectual twerp I've ever encountered.
Pseudo-intellectual is just an aspersion cast by people that actually don't understand sophistication whatsoever. They don't understand nuance nor respect it. So that's something that's very clearly exuded by you. I can already tell within the first few seconds of this video. I have no idea who you are, by the way. By the way, we're an hour and 2 minutes into this video to start, because that's when he starts talking about me. I don't know what this video is about. I mean, of course, debunking the lies of the carnivore diet cult, right? But I haven't watched anything until right where I started. This is a fresh reaction, as it is with everything else. I don't need to prepare to watch these things. So, anyway.
On YouTube. He's one of those people who thinks he can convince you that he's intelligent, that he can do that thing with his eyebrow that Mr. Spock can do. You know, this thing.
I can't raise one eyebrow, by the way. That's actually not something that I can do. I can't do that. I was actually made fun of for not being able to do it for a long time. I can only do it when I furrow my eyebrows, and then it's only with the right one. You know, and it's also unintentional. So anyway, okay, cool. So facetious humor for his content, I get it. This isn't really too offensive yet, frankly. But let's get into the actual claims, because I suspect that will be what's actually offensive here.
Mr. Spock is a Vulcan, which makes him far smarter than your average human being, so this kid must be smart too.
Well, I have no intention of convincing people that I'm intelligent. In fact, one of my positions all the time, personally, is to doubt every single position that I hold. In fact, that's actually a responsibility as a human being, but especially as someone that wants to think as a scientist, or in other words, wants to think objectively and wants to purvey the truth of the universe. So anyway.
Literally wrote a 400-page book talking about why everybody in the world is stupid except for him.
That's not true. But now that you mentioned my book, Contraindicated, I'm going to go ahead and make sure that you are aware of it, dear viewer, if you're not already aware of it, and if you've not already bought it. Links in the description below for paperback, hardcover, ebook, and also self-narrated audiobook, because I'm all about authenticity. Yeah, no, the book is actually a closer look and revision of mainstream health axioms that have perpetuated illness, disorder, and disease for over a century. So, anyway. In fact, the irony of this is that I had no intention of even releasing it as a book when I first wrote it at 18 years old. No intention. I didn't think I would even be on YouTube. I didn't think I would start a channel. I didn't think I would do anything like that. It was actually for myself. And then I realized that other people could benefit from it, from my perspectives, at least potentially. So, and you could too, by the way, if you had a curious mind. I mean, you want to pretend like, you know, me unintentionally raising one eyebrow, something I can't even do, is intended to make people think that I'm smarter than I actually am, or actually just smart in general, when in reality it seems more likely that you're trying to make yourself be perceived as smart by having a bunch of bookshelves behind you. One could say. But anyway.
Kid is so sure of himself, and it's remarkable.
No. The irony is that I'm not, ever. I continuously doubt my own positions all the time. But I've done that for years to a point where I feel pretty damn confident in my positions, and I'm going to make that very clear in these videos. So damn sure of himself. Look at how you're talking right now.
See someone think they're so triumphantly right about everything when they're really so catastrophically wrong.
Well, we'll get to it, I presume.
Is Edward Goecki?
No, it's Goki. It's Goki. It's fine. Most people mispronounce it. It's fine. Whatever. Anyway.
You know what? Let's just call him Eddie. I'm not gonna...
There you go.
into this kid because I am over twice his age, and let's face it, most of us were.
Well, who cares? Because in reality, the absolute age number is not what matters. It's the intellectual maturity the one exhibits that actually matters. And this is a perfect example of it. Despite being over twice my age, I presume that you are going to exhibit a level of maturity that is vastly lower than mine, and not just with respect to animated behavior and juvenile humor, but I mean with respect to intellectual maturity, the degree to which you can actually think about things with a curious mind and not with an exhibition of ideological tyranny.
Stupid as hell in our early 20s.
Right. So okay. I'm going to be as forgiving as possible. I'm going to say that this is facetious because, I mean, obviously he says, I'm not going to be mean to this kid. And then refers to me as a kid multiple times. And then says that whenever people were my age, they were also stupid, quote unquote. So obviously it's a tacit sort of tee-hee kind of thing. But anyway, again, this is me being forgiving. I presume that he actually understands what he's doing, but maybe that's me being too forgiving, considering that I believe that this man is a vegan. So, anyway.
10 years from now, he'll be able to look back at this and have a good laugh.
I don't know when. Okay, we'll see. We'll see what I'm thinking in 10 years. Okay, so this is me. I don't know what video this is, because all of them look the damn same, but anyway, let's see. I don't know when the myth is going to stop that cholesterol, LDL, any of the lipoproteins, any subfraction of the lipoproteins, ApoB, ApoA, any of these tags on lipoproteins cause atherosclerosis heart disease. They do not cause heart disease. Right. Correct. Fundamentally correct. And if you'd like to learn more about it, which you don't, I presume, you can read my book. And you clearly haven't, because you said that it was about something that it completely was not about at all. But good on you. All right, we'll get into it. We'll get into it. It's specifically chapter 3, by the way, section 1. I made it sound like a textbook. Not to be too intimidating. It's not a textbook, but
Good question. When will the so-called myth about LDL cholesterol end? Maybe we'll have...
It's not cholesterol, it's a lipoprotein carrier of cholesterol. If you're going to be informal, okay, fine. But we like to call spades on this channel. It is the pedant in me. And that's another myth, that being pedantic is a bad thing. So anyway.
After a nuclear war, or maybe it will happen if we change the educational requirements to be a doctor from MD to GED and we make Lauren Boebert a cardiologist. But I don't think that's going...
Oh, my God. So now you're inserting politics in a gratuitous fashion when politics don't belong here. There is some relationship, and there necessarily will be, with diet and politics, because dietary guidelines are put in place by governmental parts of the government, and that is based on science that is from, authority agencies that work very closely with the government. And so there always will be some connection, but this has nothing to do with Lauren Boebert. So, wow, okay, so I think we already know where this is going. Whatever. And by the way, I would have said the same thing if he put Bernie Sanders on the screen. It doesn't matter, left or right, blah, blah, blah. I try and keep my political opinions, at least for the moment, reserved, because it's irrelevant to this content. So anyway, I think that this is another insight into the intellectual maturity, really overall maturity, that we're going to encounter and witness here today. That this is why I said this in the beginning. So anyway, I'm waiting for the facts, and I'm not saying he's putting it off. He's being entertaining, and I keep pausing. So let's continue and see what he has to say.
happen anytime soon, so Eddie is going to be bitching for a very long time. Good thing he's...
Well, I hope not, but if I have to, then I will. It's unfortunate. I really hope that it becomes mainstream. It's becoming increasingly more mainstream. Increasingly more mainstream. But it is still fringe, relatively speaking, because mainstream and fringe, they're all relative terms, really. It's a spectrum. I'm considered mainstream within the fringe, by the way. Interestingly enough, with some of my views, so. I've written about this extensively in my book, Contraindicated. If you haven't bought that already, the second edition is out in paperback, hardcover, and audiobook formats. Link in the... Listen to him! Below.
I'm impressed that he's a published author at the age of 22, even if the book he published is really just 400 pages of nutritional satire.
Well, it's not nutritional satire. You haven't read it, so you have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, this is offensive nonsense from someone that has no grasp on how to pervade the truth, and it's very clear. You seem emotionally driven and not driven by the desire for the discovery of truth through objective means, the underlying logic of the universe.
Probably put it on his resume, though, if he ever wants to apply to be a writer at The Onion.
But there's a reason that I bring this up, and it's because I was just emailed by someone, I was just sent an email by someone by the name of Cody, who decided to send me a doctor's note. He actually asked me about his note that his doctor sent him.
So what is happening here is this guy named Cody doesn't trust his doctor, so he's taking advice from this random kid on YouTube instead.
He's not taking advice. He was actually looking for reinforcement of his already established positions and ideology on dietary intervention and lifestyle behavior that is deemed indicated, that he deems to be indicated. You see, the thing is I suspect that this is going to lead into an appeal to authority very quickly. You sort of implied that just now, that you shouldn't be appealing to anyone that doesn't have any, administered credence conferred upon them by a governing institution or an authority agency. Now, there's roles that authorities play in any functional society. I'm not saying to abolish all authority. I'm not an anarchist, okay? However, I think the better appeal, and the one that's actually not logically fallacious, is not to appeal to authority, but to actually appeal to experience and to appeal to a track record. What has been the success rate of the implementation or inculcation of a certain set of values, of a certain set of facts or purported facts and axioms, and whenever you see that the results are always wrong, it doesn't mean, logically speaking, you can't say that they were directly causally related to the implemented facts and whatever, and values, whatever it may be, whatever you're considering. However, it does behoove one to start to question the veracity and the integrity of what is actually being implemented and inculcated. It is up to people to take matters into their own hands to learn the foundations. I mean, look, I'm all about empowering people by teaching them things. I mean, at the end of the day, people want to believe that authority figures always have it right, and they don't. Everyone, including us, we're all just wandering around aimlessly. We're just trying our best, okay? We can too. You got to think, when you trace the lineage all the way back, the authority lineage all the way back to people like thinkers like Aristotle and Plato, who were a lot more intelligent than I am, and in different respects as well. How did they gain authority? Because they became authority figures. Well, there was no one to administer the credence to them. They garnered it because of their track record, because what they said made sense, and the inculcation of what they said worked. Okay, they were wandering around aimlessly too. They were just curious thinkers that were discovering, or at least attempting to discover, the underlying logic of the universe, which means every single person can do this. Everything is trial and error. So I'm a proponent of a philosophy that, when inculcated and implemented in many people's lives, works for them. And I know systems better than other people and all this other stuff. I mean, I'm not just a random kid, as he'd like to make me out to be. I have studied this stuff extensively for years, and in fact, many of the things that I've actually learned came directly from universities, because the courses are free. You can actually learn this stuff online. It's the beauty of living in 2025. One of them. There's many downsides, but that's one of the beauties of it. You can do this yourself. You just have to make sure that you're a responsible teacher and you're able to teach yourself responsibly. That's one of the only drawbacks, is that if someone isn't teaching you directly, if you don't have an instructor, you better be damn sure that you can teach it to yourself responsibly. And so, anyway, but a lot of what I say is still not mainstream. That's the irony. I learned the fundamentals from the mainstream medical establishment, and a lot of that, actually, I wouldn't say the majority with respect to only the things that I've learned from universities. I've learned a lot outside of that, specifically from the things I've learned from universities and all that stuff. I would say that it's a significant minority that's wrong. It's not the majority, again, specifically with what I've learned. But most of the fallacies are actually the implications that they give and that they provide when teaching the facts. Oh, this is glucose. This is what it does. This is how your body uses it. You're deriving it from your food, and you should be. That's where they go wrong. A lot of times when they're teaching the chemistry of it, it makes complete sense. It's actually correct. But then they say that, and then they also leave things out. Like they don't teach glycation, for example, in biochemistry and cellular biology. They don't do that. They teach glycosylation, which is an enzymatic binding of glucose to other tissues, which is actually important, and you need that for survival. So it's stuff like that. But anyway, I suspect that this is going to lead into an appeal to authority, and we'll crack down on that as soon as he says it. So it was already implied, but I'm waiting for an explicit statement of that, an explicit aspersion cast at me on that basis.
Who he thinks is somehow going to have a more educated opinion than his doctor, who has...
There it is. By the way, sir, frankly, you're moronic if you think that a doctor is someone that understands biochemistry, cellular biology, and nutrition. Okay, even by your own standards, if you believe that the nutrition information that's taught in universities is appropriate, or at least is a better approximation of what's appropriate than I think it is, I would be willing to bet that if you're vegan, that they don't actually promote veganism. So I would be willing to bet that you wouldn't really be fond of doctors speaking about nutrition when you realize that they actually are not even taught it. Okay, that's my point. Doctors aren't even taught nutrition. And in my opinion, that's actually better than if they were, because the information is such a poor approximation. If you can even call it an approximation at all, it's so perverted as compared to what is actually truly indicated from the utilitarian inferences that we actually have. But I think if they were actually taught that information, they'd be a lot worse. They also don't know how to interpret science. They don't understand how to interpret statistics. The irony of human nutrition science is that a data analyst can actually analyze human nutrition science papers better than nutritionists and doctors and some of the people that actually conduct these studies in the first place. And the reason for that is because, well, they actually understand statistics. Data analysts do. They might not understand the substance, the material, but they actually understand the numbers. I'm someone that likes thinking in the abstract realm, so I understand the numbers quite well as well. So anyway, let's continue. Again, appeal to authority. That's exactly what I thought. And also not all authority is the same, which was my other main broader point. A doctor is an authority figure, but in a specifically tailored field. It's a specific field. Someone that has a degree or a bachelor's in something, they can't speak upon every topic. So you're extrapolating doctors' authority to all fields as if that's appropriate, and that's also not. That's the first layer. And then the second layer is that even if they were an authority in nutrition, they got a degree in nutrition, well, the information that's taught is based on false logic and false empirics and a fallacy about what science's role is and what it can and cannot inform upon, which actually gets into a philosophical conversation and not merely an empirical or logical conversation.
Examined him and has formal training in education and medicine.
Well, that begs a question as to whether the education being formal, and the irony is that most of it actually was, whether or not it being formal has any bearing on its integrity. Okay, there's not a direct causal relationship, XY scatterplot, between formal education, the formality of education, and the integrity and voraciousness, or really veracity, of the education. That's not how that works. That's your opinion. Haircafe. That's ridiculous. That's nonsensical. Because if that were the case, then the logical extension of that would be that no authority figure could be proven wrong, because all of them had formal education. I mean, that's a silly line of logic, isn't it?
This would be like going to the gym to build muscle and then taking advice from the fat Zumba instructor instead of Ronnie Coleman.
No, that's not the same thing, because that's, again, you're drawing a distinction between appeal to authority and appeal to experience and track record. That's what I said. Okay, the track record and the experience of those fitness instructors, basically where their experience led them, and what is their track record, what is their rate of success with their methods? Well, it's extremely low. It just so happens that there's a relationship between people in authority and a successful track record when it comes to successful surgeries, if they're a surgeon. So that's a member of authority, right? Or if, they're a doctor that has treated many patients, that's different. Those are different. It's not merely appealing to their authority, their position itself. It's appealing to their track record and the rate of success with respect to the methods that they employed. In this situation, they're not successful. These fat Zumba instructors in this hypothetical realm that he's talking about, those would be people that have a very poor rate of success in their methods. Success with respect to, the efficacy of their methods to achieve or attain a certain level of a certain goal, basically, which is, weight loss, or in this specific case, the growth of muscle, and not just growth of muscle size, but also specifically strength, because those aren't necessarily intertwined either. So yeah, no, that's not appropriate at all, because, well, what's my track record? What's my record of success? Well, I've managed my symptoms on this diet with my condition hypermobile EDS more than I have with any other diet. I continue to do that. And also, the people that have implemented my approach, perhaps not from me, but from other carnivore influencers in the space, also have a positive track record. It worked for them. So why would they not continue to go back to people like me, for example, for advice? I function as a talking head that reinforces people's notions about a carnivore diet approach, about human physiology, the physiological implications of a carnivore dietary approach. That's my function in this space. At least that's one of many, if there are many. I think that's my main primary role in the space. It's to crack down on misinformation. It's to crack down on false convictions, or at least irresponsible convictions, instances of irresponsible establishments of conviction from, frankly, charlatans. Haircafe. And if you're a vegan that is promoting health advice and not simply being an entertainer, a facetious entertainer, then you are also a charlatan. Hate to break it to you, Sunshine, but that's how it works. And it says, "Hi, Cody. It looks like you saw the result of your cholesterol panel. So you got a lipid panel done. I wanted to reach out and get your thoughts." So, interesting. The doctor asking for thoughts and then following up with his thoughts as if, just makes it sound like he doesn't really care about the other person's thoughts. But anyway, an LDL of 236 is remarkably high. Okay, pause. High is a value judgment statement. It is a relative term. And therefore, when you use the word relative, it means relative to something else. Relative to what is the next question you must ask. Relative to what? According to who, on the basis of what? Well, it turns out, whom, Eddie? Whom? Glad I've gotten rid of that behavior to the best of my abilities. I'm not really helping the claims that I'm extremely I'm trying to assert intellectual superiority or anything like that. Teehee. 236 is high based on the normative ranges of the population.
It is relative to the general population, Einstein, just like a...
Correct. Don't compare me to Einstein. Einstein was a lot more intelligent than really anybody on the earth today. I'd venture to guess. I could be wrong. Maybe someone's smarter than him, but it's definitely not me. Okay. Einstein was incredibly intelligent. Don't do that. That's silly.
Sugar of 300 would be too high, or a potassium of 7 would be too high.
Right, but the whole point is that it depends on the context. It depends on the circumstances specifically. That's my entire point. Okay, for example, an HbA1c value going up isn't necessarily commensurate with the degree of damage that you're incurring. It's not indicative, it's not commensurate with a decrease, so it's not inversely correlated with health status necessarily. It depends on the circumstances. HbA1c values are influenced by a multitude of factors. Yes, glycation rate, but also the rate of production of reticulocytes, so baby red blood cells, basically, before they become, full-grown cells. It's why people with hemolytic anemia can actually exhibit lower HbA1c values on average because, well, the red blood cells are dying more frequently. So that's something that that matters here. So not every lowering of HbA1c is a good thing or indicative of indication level, health status changes, and same goes for an increase. Okay, it's influenced by length of lifespan of red blood cells, and it's also influenced by glycation rate. So usually the best inferences are actually composite inferences, where you take an HbA1c value, then you take a fasting blood glucose test, or you take a graphic of someone's continuous glucose monitoring activity, really, and you take a fructosamine assay, for example. Those are, and then you form a composite inference based on, those three inferences. So yeah, the whole point is that it's dependent on the context, and specifically in that video, I was referring to the fact that normative ranges are not only dependent on context, because the normative ranges are based on people that were studied in specific circumstances, and we also need to know the sample size and all that stuff, and how repeatable that was. What was the error band around that signal? But we also need to understand that the normal population at large is quite unhealthy. So it's not to say that that's because of low cholesterol, but it is to say that perhaps the readings that they exhibit are not exactly the most indicated to be exhibiting, because they're all unhealthy. So why would we base what our levels should be on a population that is overwhelmingly unhealthy? There's also a bias here. Most people that come into doctor's offices go because they're sick. At least I suspect that's the case. Maybe that's not the case. That's skewed slightly, because some people just go for yearly checkups irrespective of their health status. But it is to say that there are plenty of people that only, I know people personally, they only go to their general care practitioner whenever they actually have an issue, which, that there's a massive bias there. How are you going to extrapolate the results of one group of people, or maybe even two or three, or even dozens, to an entire population of people, that being the world with billions of people on it? It's inappropriate, even if those people actually were of adequate health status or health presentation, really is what I mean. Because everyone is genotypically and phenotypically different. It's actually the fundamental limitation of the science, which actually renders it unscientific. It renders it theological. And there's nothing wrong implicitly with theology, as long as for example, you have psychoanalytic theory. The study of psychology is theory. I'm not saying to throw that out the window. You can derive inferences from that. But the problem is asserting the conclusions as factual. Okay, reporting your opinions about the results and about the observations as fact. That's the problem. And that's what they're doing here with cholesterol levels and many other levels. And in fact, all of them. They're basing it on normative ranges and then assuming that if you are outside of those ranges, even despite you perhaps being healthy at the time of showing up, and also the opposite is true. They'll say that even if you're presenting with horrible health presentation, if you're in range, then nothing is actually the problem. And then most of the time, since they're taught so little about basic physiology and health and diet and all that stuff, then they're rendered useless at that point because they're lost and they don't understand where to go. And so they immediately say, oh, maybe this is psychological. There you go. A lot of times. Sometimes they don't, but it's really easy for doctors to do that whenever they look at numbers and assume that that is reflective of your health presentation necessarily, or reflective of your overall metabolic health. And it's just, it's a fallacy. It is a fundamental fallacy because they're all constructs, they're ranges based on populations that are made up of people that are not you and I, or anyone else for that matter, except for those specific people in those specific circumstances. So that was actually the entire point of what I was saying. But, you know, if you approached this with, once again, some intellectual honesty, if you approached this with intellectual maturity and a forgiving attitude, you'd actually understand that that was what I was saying all along. I understand that you are going for entertainment value as well because you are a content creator, definitionally speaking. And sure, it's facetious. It's okay, fine, great. But you're also spreading health information. And at least I presume that. This is all that I've watched from this creator. But anyway, I would suggest approaching situations like this with more intellectual honesty, frankly. I really think that's what you should do. I mean, are you an authority figure? I mean, seriously, this person, the contradictions are all over the place here. I made a video about this. I made a video about this specifically. The very people that will say, "Oh, well, you can't say that. Why should we trust you? Because you're not a scientist. You're not a whatever authority figure, doctor or whatever it may be." And there's already the fallacy there that we already covered. Doctors don't know nutrition and that you're pretending like they do. Anyway, putting that aside. But they don't understand that that is a contradiction in their logic because if you think that that's wrong to do so, what makes you think, as someone that also isn't a scientist and doesn't know how to interpret the data, that you have the ability to say that this is correct, that your position is correct? They'll usually say, "Oh, well, I'm appealing to the authorities. That's what I'm doing because they know better than me." And you go, "Okay, well, what about the authorities that say otherwise and actually agree with me?" They'll say, "Oh, those are quacks." Well, wait a minute. Who are you to say when you don't have any authority? How can you say that? So it's a walking contradiction. He's been critiquing before this. This was Dr. Eric Berg, chiropractor. Now, granted, yes, you can maybe argue with him. You can argue a case that you can responsibly argue with him as a layperson because his qualifications, quote unquote, his authority that he's been conferred upon him, in the area of nutrition is none. He's a chiropractor. Okay, well then what about the other people that he may have critiqued before this that are actually experts in nutrition? Experts. Purported experts, at least. It's a walking contradiction. You can't do that. That doesn't make any sense. If you're going to say, well, if you're a layperson, you can't talk about this, well, then you can't talk about this. Done. At least responsibly. You're just contradicting yourself. Every single person that appeals to authority contradicts themselves whenever they have a position that is in any way convicting or said in a confident way. So confident, in fact, that you actually put your face out online and have thousands of people watch you. I mean, that's pretty damn convicting, isn't it? So it's really contradictory.
Acting like there's no such thing as a normal blood test. And LDL...
Well, no, I didn't say that there's no such thing as a normal blood test. I said that normal, well, I'm implying, I haven't actually said that. I'm implying that normal isn't necessarily indicated or good. What if you present with all normal blood tests, but your metabolism is ostensibly, in a distressing state? What if you're in normal range and you present with disease? Okay, this is ridiculous. This is nonsensical. Who wants to be normal? I'm not saying there's no such thing as normal. So now you've made a straw man argument. Okay, this is what happened. This is the consequence of being intellectually dishonest. And really, it's not even intellectual dishonesty. He's exhibited that throughout this video at least one time. But this isn't exactly intellectual dishonesty. This is ideological tyranny. What tends to happen is the more tyrannical you are in your positions ideologically, So the more likely, therefore, you are to feel threatened by an opposing ideology being made, being stated to you, and the more likely you are to sort of stomp on that instead of entertaining it. So leaning backward, your propensity to lean backward instead of forward, in other words, is usually directly commensurate with the speed at which you jump to a conclusion. Okay, the speed at which you think. The more the more tyrannical you are in your ideological positions, the faster it is for you to jump to a conclusion, I've noticed. And that's what you're doing. In fact, you jump to conclusions so fast that oftentimes it's a misrepresentation of what the other person is actually saying. It's not being forgiving. It's almost sort of entertaining the idea of guilty until proven innocent instead of innocent until proven guilty. And that's not what you want to be doing at all if you want to purvey the truth. If you don't want to purvey the truth, then fine. You should probably make people aware of that explicitly. But of course, since truth has positive connotations and the opposite of that is anything other than positive, then of course you wouldn't say that explicitly. You'd say, well, of course I believe in purveying the truth, but your actions are what dictate what you believe. That's actually what demonstrates what you believe. It's not what you say. So anyway.
Well, 236 is far higher than a normal healthy level of LDL, which...
So, okay, healthy. Hold on a minute. So normal, you've now equated normal and healthy. Health is the absence of disease process. That means that, so by that logic, then if you're above the healthy range or the healthy interval range of cholesterol, you must be unhealthy, which means that you must be presenting with a disease process of some kind, which is fundamentally false. So no, you've now equated normal and healthy. Normal is most common. It's typical. Okay. Look around you at what normal is. I mean, if you're a vegan, I feel like you would actually agree with this position. You don't want to be normal. Look at what normal is. It's being overweight. It's being riddled with heart disease. It's being riddled with diabetes. Those usually go hand in hand for obvious reasons. Okay, it's being riddled with high blood pressure. It's being riddled with psoriasis and a bunch of skin conditions and autoimmune conditions. It's, you know, that's normal. Normal isn't healthy, clearly. You wouldn't say that this is healthy. So you just tacitly inserted that in there, and it's a way of beguiling people unconsciously into your ideology. It's dishonest. I mean, it's really dishonest if you actually knew what you were doing, and maybe you don't even realize that you're doing it. Again, this is me exhibiting forgiveness. But again, I've been burned every single time that I've tried to be forgiving towards someone else. I wouldn't really take this shit, frankly, if he were saying this to my damn face live. By the way, it's because it's a video, and we have time to digest his claims. I highly suspect, I would guarantee that if we talked face to face, he would be exhibiting this behavior. But what he would also be doing is he wouldn't let me speak as much as I've been speaking right now. He wouldn't get my point. He'd be misrepresenting. He'd be trying to make me look like an imbecile instead of purveying the truth. So no, I wouldn't take this from him if he were saying it face to face. But you know what? We're not face to face. Well, it depends on what you mean. I mean, you get what I'm saying, though. We're not, and so I have time to actually just objectively look at what he's saying, because that's what really matters in the grand scheme of things, doesn't it? So, anyway, yeah, so normal and healthy. No, that doesn't... This is exactly why I said what I said. Wow. Not to mention, you're saying in a population that... Yeah, what population? That's a question that needs to be asked. Was the aggregate population of all normative range testing on a population size of a few thousand? Because then what you should do, just to put it into perspective, is put the few thousand number, if that were actually the number, as the numerator, and the denominator being all of people on planet Earth right now, the population of Earth, as estimated. So billions. And then calculate a decimal for that, and then multiply that decimal by 100 to get the percentage that sample represents of the entire population of planet Earth. And then you'll see how insignificant that really is. So, the population, a population that, it's just nonsensical.
ideally should be 70 or below.
Ideally should be 70 or below. No, according to whom, on the basis of what? This again gets into an appeal to authority. This gets into an appeal to authority. And this gets, I mean, even deeper into a myth that the authorities promote, which is that LDL is causal in heart disease. It is a factor in heart disease. It's involved in the process, but that doesn't mean that it is the cause of it, because it doesn't have to be involved in the heart disease process, or rather, it doesn't have to be involved in heart disease. It can be not involved in heart disease too. So anyway.
Normal level is usually below 100.
Okay. Now, what do I mean by the population? Well, oftentimes, you basically have two possibilities. One, the person could be referring to the actual guidelines of their country. Okay? And really, when I say of their country, a lot of times other countries are referring to the US. So really, the United States. But the UK, I feel like they have their own measurements, for example. But a lot of countries refer to the United States, where I am, for that. Which, oh boy, like we don't have just as much corruption. Anyway, they could be referring to those normative ranges, the guidelines, right?
Now, it is true that different medical societies in different countries have established slightly different guidelines, but Eddie is missing the big picture here.
No, I'm not missing the big picture. It's dependent on the population that is being referenced, and the fact that it could change means that they're basically making different recommendations, either on the same population, which I would find extremely improbable, but oftentimes it's because they're using different populations and they're extrapolating those results to an entire population of human beings to make guidelines for every person of every genotype and phenotype in the genome Homo sapiens sapien. If this man is over twice my age, then he's over 40 years old. By the way, that has really no relevance. I was just trying to figure out, what age group am I being exposed to here? Okay, fine.
Doesn't matter which guideline you choose, every one of them would tell you that an LDL of 236 milligrams per deciliter is way, way too high.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter what they would say. It doesn't matter. It does not matter at all. Okay, would you like to get into the etiology of heart disease, sir? Haircafe? Would you like to? Because, I mean, again, if you had read my book, you would have already known. Look, you got plenty of books behind you on that bookshelf, and if you've read all of them, I'm sure it wouldn't really be too much of an issue to read mine. Add that to your collection. Okay, you don't have to believe in it. Just read it.
This academic discussion about how guidelines are different is completely irrelevant and meaningless because their conclusions are all the same.
Okay, in this context, correct, but what I'm saying is that you have to look first. And also, once again, actually, my main point that I was making in that video, because I know how my brain works, my main point is going to get to what I've already said, which is, what is the population, right? When you learn the population, then you realize, oh, it's on people that are probably extremely sick, so why would you even follow the guidelines there? But also, it's on people that are genotypically and phenotypically different, and also look at the aggregate sample size to see the statistical power that it has. That's basic statistics. Basic statistics. I'm sorry. Like, statistics matters. You have to understand how numbers work. Okay? Or else you're going to be taken advantage of. As we are seeing right now in front of our eyes. You and I. Aren't we? So, anyway.
136 is way too high no matter what guideline you look at, and
according to whom? On the basis of what? We already covered the whom. Now we must cover the basis, which you haven't covered yet. I don't know if you even will. Now, that's not an attack, because if it's an entertainment video, then you don't necessarily have to put up a bunch of studies and science, especially considering that most people, they don't read that anyway. But it would help. I will get into it if you don't.
Those guidelines will give you much better advice about your heart health than this.
That is your opinion. That is your opinion, Haircafe. Your opinion based on scientific consensus So an appeal to consensus, that consensus disagreeing all the time, that consensus being composed of scientists that disagree with each other. Okay, so an appeal to authority and an appeal to consensus, so an authority consensus, that they formulated that consensus with on the basis of science that you don't even know how to interpret, which you might use as a reason. Oh, well, that's why I trust them, because they do understand it. If you don't understand it, you have no idea if they understand it or not. No clue. This is why my philosophy is that it is a responsibility on behalf of all humans to understand the world. Education is your responsibility. Because as much as it is true that ignorance is often innocent, if you become too ignorant, it is no longer innocent because you put everyone around you in danger. For reasons like this. This is all philosophically undergirded. Everything is. You must understand these things, or else you will be beguiled. Like sheep, like lamb to the slaughter. I don't understand when this appeal to authority and appeal to consensus fallacy will disappear. I don't know why it hasn't disappeared yet. Like, I know that it's tempting, and there's a reason that it's tempting. There are actually some reasonable reasons why they're tempting in certain circumstances. Oh, boy. So this is your opinion based on science that you don't know how to interpret, that I would suspect I know how to interpret far more than you do. I remember being in your position with respect to the perspective you have on science, what it is, what it can and can't inform upon, the idea of it being the be-all, end-all when it comes to truth. I'm not anti-scientific. In fact, I'm the exact opposite. I'm pro-scientific. I'm in favor of responsible employment of the scientific method and responsible reporting of data with proper language, communication. So don't think that I'm a science denier. Okay, I'm not a flat earther. I'm not against germ theory. A lot of people are against they don't believe in germ theory at all. I think that your terrain is far more important than content of germs and all that, but which is where you and I probably are on the same side. But I don't throw germ theory completely out the window. For example, like I said, I'm actually quite mainstream in the fringe that I'm in because it's all a spectrum. All right. But again, this is just your opinion. You're just appealing to authority is what you're doing.
Much better advice about your heart health than this kid.
Well, that's your opinion. I understand the humor here. I get it. It's not funny to me, but I can understand why it's funny to everyone else that is a fan of his. But anyway, I'm focusing on what he's saying, not really how he's saying it or anything like that. Unless how he's saying it implies something. There's something oblique in his mannerisms or something. So.
To their specific population that doctor's office sees. Yeah, many people might not know that.
Yes, that is something that many people might not know. A lot of doctors, whenever they're looking at normative ranges, a lot of times they could be referring to the guidelines, the overall guidelines. And that's why I said there's two things that they could be referring to. They could be referring to the overall guidelines, or what they could be referring to is the individual doctor's office's ranges of the patients that they see. So then it makes it even more highly variable, because then that depends. I mean, if there's a doctor's office in a certain city, what if that city is notorious for being extremely sick and diseased, more than other cities actually? Well, then their normative ranges are going to look quite different from an adjacent doctor's office, potentially. Can't be too adjacent, or else then it will probably be the same because the population is very similar, right? But it could very well be different than one in a completely different city, dozens of miles away. That's the whole point of this.
Normative ranges that they're talking about, they differ based on which doctor's office you go to, because they all receive different people. They all see different people.
Wrong.
No, it's not wrong, because whenever you aggregate, even for guidelines, the people they're testing are in specific doctor's offices. You absolute moron. You are a moron. Are you in your 40s? Because damn, your juvenility that you exude is it's unacceptable, and it's really only, I mean, it's really only acceptable in a society that is as domesticated and well off as ours. So, you know, these are the ones that will try and tear everything around them that actually allow them to be this way down. It's hilarious. The institutions that have allowed them to be this obnoxious. Get the out of here.
Doctors do not base their guidelines on the patients they see in their office.
No, I'm saying that the population that could be referred to in order to formulate guidelines, they must actually, not could, they must be based on individual doctors' offices. You moron. You absolute moron. How else would they have formulated those guidelines? How? They were in clinical settings in specific doctors' offices. You idiot.
All follow the same guidelines based on the published guidelines from societies like the American Medical Association. LDL guidelines are not at all subjective.
Well, and we already covered this as well. How are they formulated? Where do you think they got their data from? This is the vegan brain fog in action. This is an example of where X could be causing Y, or Y could be causing X, or both could be causing each other. Feedback loop situation. I suspect the third. What do I mean by X and Y? X is the destitution of intellect, idiocy, density. Okay? And Y is status of being vegan. Vegan status. Yes. Okay, if you're going to sort of treat it like a binomial thing. Okay. X, lack of knowledge, destitution of knowledge and intellect, could be causing Y, vegan status. Yes, like a positive vegan status. But a positive vegan status could also be causing a lack of intellect. And they could be causing each other. And in fact, yeah, I think they're causing each other. This is an example of that. Tight 1-to-1 R-squared value of 1 relationship. Tell us all about R-squared, by the way, because I'm sure that you understand how to interpret this science, these numbers, by the way. I'm sure that you completely understand that.
Objective measurements which are considered normal or too high.
Considered. You see how you're using these values? By the way, it says, oh, it's not subjective, they're objective. Well, they're objective measurements, and they're subjectively interpreted. Duh.
Case of Cody, his LDL is way too high, and this Eddie kid.
That is your opinion, you moron. Do you not understand the contradiction here? Do you not understand you're a walking contradiction? I just covered it. No, they're way too high, dude. They're way too high. And this Eddie kid who has no authority to speak about, well, who are you to say? And again, this leads, oh, well, no, I'm just listening to what the authorities say. You mean the authorities that disagree with each other? What if I bring an authority from that consensus panel that disagrees? Well, they're wrong. Well, why do you, how do you have the ability to say that? Well, because the majority of them agree with it. Well, who's to say that the majority of them are right? That's an appeal to consensus fallacy. We've been wrong throughout history. That the majority of people have been wrong throughout history. Okay? That's why we don't live in a full democracy in America and in really any other country, because, well, there are certain inalienable rights. For example, if we're going to get philosophical and governmental here, there are certain inalienable rights that are, self-evidently true, they're axiomatic, that you can't vote those out. The democracy can't vote those out because, well, they've been tried and true and they're not going away. It's democratic with respect to other things, specific policy things. It's the same thing here, like consensus. It's why you can't run a government, for example. You can't run life based on consensus. That's not how that works. So again, you're a walking contradiction.
Putting his life in danger by encouraging him to ignore his doctor's advice.
Well, I'm not going to say to specifically ignore it. I'm saying live intentionally and understand the logic behind why your doctor is saying what they're saying, and understand that the logic is flawed for this, and that reason. Moron.
So that's interesting. So what do you mean by high? Okay, what you mean is the absolute level is just 236 milligrams per deciliter. Okay, and we'll get to the significance of that, or really lack thereof, in a minute. And will put you at risk of developing early vascular disease. Okay, so this is absolutely false.
Eddie, please stop it. I am not joking when I say you can literally kill this guy. I mean, he is a...
Oh my God. Wow. Seriously? Oh, Eddie, stop. Seriously. In the most patronizing, condescending attitude. Your intellect regarding this topic, these topics, is no match to me. And then, frankly, I think you know that. I think you know that. And I hesitate always to talk about myself that way. But since you're speaking to me so directly, you stop, Haircafe. Because you're a vegan, and therefore you are anti-human in practice. You are not pro-animal, you're anti-fucking-human. Okay? That's how that works. It's pro-animal on paper, anti-human in practice. That's how that works, because you are encouraging the embarkation upon a species-inappropriate, species-unspecific diet. Now, I've heard from friends that he actually gets to the claim of species appropriate, species specific in a second, and he's completely thrown off about it. That's the only thing I really remember about the feedback, about the reviews that were had of this person's video here. So looking real forward to that. I mean, how much do we have going on here? How much left? Oh boy, wow. This is longer than I thought. Does he end his video with me? Wow.
Of course, for taking your health advice over his doctor's, but he doesn't deserve...
His doctor has no clue about nutrition or scientific interpretation. What he was trained in was pharmacology, symptomology, and certain etiologies. And by the way, the last of which was taught improperly, especially with regard to heart disease. You absolute moron. You sheep. You obsequious
I am sure, so please, stop spreading misinformation.
No, you believe it's misinformation. You believe it. That's your opinion. It's not misinformation. Okay? And by the way, it's your opinion predicated upon false information. So it's actually just false what you're saying. It's not misinformation. It's false. In fact, I haven't even really said anything in this video yet that is misinformation besides me saying, well, that's absolutely, putting you at risk of heart disease. That's false. I mean, I guess, okay, that's his example that he's using of me perpetuating it or promulgating misinformation.
The word risk is a cause and effect statement. Okay? If you are going to refer to human nutrition science to inform upon your risk of anything, you have been had. Because human nutrition science is based on inferential statistics, which cannot inform upon cause and effect. It makes no claims about causality for that reason. Okay? It is an association and nothing else that they're referring to. Second point to add, even within the area of human nutrition science, the associations are all over the place as to whether LDL, cholesterol itself, any of the lipoproteins actually contribute, well, really cause heart disease. Contribution is technically a different thing, logically speaking. It's
Okay, so Eddie is claiming that the link between LDL cholesterol and heart disease is just an association.
Yes, and you cannot inform upon causality with an association alone under any circumstances that are actually seen in the real world. You can do so in a vacuum when all confounding variables and spurious variables are controlled for and or are removed from the data set. That is the only time that you can do so. Then you can measure, if you're looking at a linear regression, the R value, and specifically the R squared value, to determine the strength of the relationship directly, and specifically to determine whether or not it is causal. Okay, that is how that works. It's all associations. Whether or not something is causal is really up for interpretation. This is the thing about science. Science itself, and I'm not trying to get religious or anything like that. I've never said that I'm an atheist or a theist. It does, like, I'm being objective with this. If you're going to look at sort of the Christian canon, okay, and yes, this is relevant. God is looked at, and by the way, this isn't exclusive to Christianity, so it's actually just all religion. So I'm not even playing sides here. God is looked at as an ideal, the ultimate aim. Okay, but it's implicit, it's explicit actually, that you will never be God, you'll never be the ideal. You never will. You should always strive to attain the ideal, but you'll never actually attain it. You should understand that. We live in a fallen world, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. Science itself, when responsibly done, is a micro version of that canon. It is. Causality is what fills in, materially speaking, in the material science realm for God. Causality, the concept of causality. Causality should be strived towards, but you should always understand, especially in statistics, particularly in statistics, that you will never attain it. In other fields of science, that's not the case. For example, we know that glucose causes glycation, for example. Okay, and I'm not trying to even get ideological. I'm talking strictly speaking, a glucose molecule can glycate a tissue. Okay, that is a fact. That's a cause and effect fact, because a fact is determined by a degree of repeatability in the conclusions that confers predictability, and predictability, particularly invariability, is really what we should say. Invariability. What causes glycation? Does anything cause glycation except glucose? No. Or at least glucose derivatives, advanced glycation end products, for example. It's glucose itself. There you go. And so that's what I'm saying here. That's what I'm saying. Those are how facts are determined, as being facts. And then that necessarily will get into another philosophical conversation as to whether the definition of a fact is actually in and of itself an opinion by the current definitional standards, and then it's just a circular kind of thing. And then it becomes a massive begging the question fallacy, actually, if you're talking about logical fallacies. So this is anyway, truth itself is considered the underlying logic of the universe. That's what it is. And so a fact is a statement or a belief about the underlying logic of the universe that is unwavering. The truth of it holds constant, basically. All right. In statistics, you can make opinions based on associations. You cannot assert, responsibly speaking, causality. If you are to say that there is a causal relationship, that it's merely your opinion and nothing else. As soon as you break that standard, because, the association is just so strong, though, and it's so repeatable. As soon as you break that standard, you have now opened up a door to extreme amounts of danger. You have now given the government the authority to ban certain things, for example, to crack down on certain things, to prosecute people for doing things or distributing things. All right. And I'm not saying the government shouldn't have that authority, especially, it depends on circumstances, and it depends on, who voted for what and all that stuff. The idea of democracy is that you get what you voted for, good and hard kind of thing. That the people should get what they voted for, good and hard. I can't remember who coined that term, or that quote, but I fundamentally believe in that. So just because there's a bad consequence to something doesn't mean that it shouldn't be implemented, because it matters who voted for it and all that stuff, and the majority and all that, whatever. So anyway, but there's nuance here that needs to be addressed. There's nuance here. You cannot sit here and pretend that associations can necessarily inform upon causation, because they don't. They don't. And here's another fundamental flaw. It's actually, you might be shocked to hear this. You're often taught, association doesn't equal causation, which is sort of it's an oversimplified version of the statement. Really what it means is that association or correlation does not necessarily indicate the presence of a causal relationship. Two variables can be associated with each other, but don't necessarily have to be causal. Okay. That's a fundamental truth. However, what's often taught in the same breath is, but a lack of an association means that there is a complete lack of causality. That's also not true. And by the way, most of that statement, me saying that that's false, actually, it actually puts a pressure on my own belief systems. And if anything, it can be used against my belief systems. Is really what I should say. It doesn't threaten my belief system, but it people might be a little wary of accepting that because, oh, well, I mean, that kind of throws things for a loop. But it's true. The reason for this is because if you don't control for all confounding variables, there could be a confounder, and this is seen throughout in observed scenarios, that can actually uncouple the causality between two causally related variables. Logically speaking, there you go. So no, I mean, associations, that makes them even less able to inform upon a lot of things in isolation. This is why we look at composite inferences, and we try and stay away from. We use inferential statistics if you're a responsible scientist or scientific thinker. I'm not saying I'm a scientist, but I've been told I think like one. What you do is you use inferential statistics as a supplementary reinforcement of inferences, oftentimes, unless you have no other source to refer to. But in this case, we do. And then we use other harder sciences to form a better inference as to what we should and shouldn't eat, and specifically what behavior we should and shouldn't exhibit, is what I should say. So anyway, read my book to find out what those inferences are, by the way.
He claims about causation based on that data. Well,
you can make them. They're just not going to be responsible claims. They're not going to be scientifically responsible. They're going to be irresponsible and errant. So you can, because they do it all the time.
He's completely wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. So now you've proven, now you've absolutely proven, if we had no doubt before, we have proven unequivocally now that you are a dangerous charlatan, a dangerous fraud. You have no idea what you're talking about. None.
Much more than just
Oh, wow. Oh, look at this. Look at this. What is this word at the top right of the screen? Current opinion. Current opinion. Wow, that's really interesting. I wonder why. I wonder why it's called an opinion and not a fact. You should look at the conflict of interest on this paper, you dumb. You. Oh my God. Wow. I'm pretty sure that this study also included a trial that had an N of 2 as well. 2 people. The study's bunk. Dude, I don't even need to go through it because it says opinion at the top right. Opinion. We're done. It's your opinion based on ridiculous, statistically weak studies, might I add. I mean, really. Let's go through this. Because I'm not a coward. Come on. Let's look up the title of this so that we can find the paper, and then we'll probably be able to. It's probably open source, if I had to guess, given how popular it is and the citation of it. Let's see, Oxford Academic. All right, blah blah blah. Okay. Criteria for causality: low density lipoprotein and atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. So they made up their own criteria for causality, and then said if it meets these criteria, then it must be correct. And that's not the same thing as the scientific method, okay? Because the scientific method is based on observed fact. It is not based on opinion. It is based on phenomena of the universe that remain constant, irrespective of perspective and individual subjectivity, okay? That's the difference. Plausibility. LD on other apolipoprotein, ApoB containing lipoproteins. Blah, 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 blah. What? Where is the end? Oh, okay. Are directly implicated in the initiation and progression of atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. No, they're not. No, they're not. It's damage to the endothelium. What is your evidence for that? Experimentally induced elevations in plasma LDL. Oh, so induced. So you've done it unnaturally. You've done it unnaturally. Okay. In plasma LDL and other ApoB-containing lipoproteins lead to atherosclerosis in all mammalian species studied. Really? Okay. So let's look. PubMed. A century of cholesterol and coronaries, from plaques to genes to statins. 1/4 of all deaths in industrialized countries result from coronary heart disease. Oh, this is the problem with actually going through all of the studies on a video like this. It would take forever. Right, so then we got familial hypercholesterolemia described. The connection between plasma cholesterol and heart attacks was put on firm genetic footing in 1938 when a Norwegian physician, Carl Muller, described families in which high plasma cholesterol levels were transmitted as an autosomal dominant trait. The disease was named familial hypercholesterolemia, and it was soon recognized that the elevated cholesterol levels were associated with a 20-fold increase in the incidence of heart attacks in middle age. See, this is actually quite interesting because there are two ways that you can define familial hypercholesterolemia, and one of the definitions is completely ridiculous. One of the definitions is merely exhibiting higher cholesterol levels beyond the normative levels of the population. That seems to be genetically sort of inherited. The other is actually a genetic problem where you actually cannot absorb any excess cholesterol from the bloodstream, in which this actually does occur. So those are two different things. Okay, so that's I hate the term familial hypercholesterolemia because of how perverted it is now. First, okay, so this is an elucidation. This isn't bringing any science here at all. LDL identified as a major risk factor. The era of LDL began in 1955 when John Goffman, a physician/physicist at the University of California, Berkeley, used the newly invented analytical ultracentrifuge to separate the cholesterol-carrying lipoproteins of plasma according to their density. Yes, two major fractions were identified: low-density lipoproteins and high-density lipoproteins. When he studied plasma from heart attack patients, Goffman found a major increase in the cholesterol-carrying LDL. Okay, so instead of reading all of this, because it would take way too much damn time, let's cover a very simple fact. Let's cover the actual facts surrounding heart disease. Ready for this? Okay. Heart disease does not occur on the venous side of the vascular system. It does not occur in veins, despite the fact that veins and arteries carry the same exact cholesterol content. The exact same cholesterol content. Well, I mean, even if I stopped right there, that would be sufficient. We're done. Okay. Not only does it not occur in the venous side and only occurs in the arterial side, it only occurs in set sites in the arterial side. Those sites having really only one common denominator, and that is that all of the sites experience the most turbulent blood flow. Turbulence being, the deviation away from the natural course of a fluid, for example, the regular course of something. Okay, which is exacerbated by hypertension. Atherosclerotic plaque, the calcified plaque, is largely composed of scar tissue as well, which can become calcified, like I said, at later stages, and then become unstable and rupture and then cause thrombi. The softer plaque is composed of more fat deposits, LDL. There's cholesterol in there, of course, because LDL is in there. You've also got overall, you've got the foam cells building up because of the macrophages sort of engulfing these compounds. In order to initiate atherosclerosis, however, you need to have damage to the arterial wall. You must have damage to the arterial wall. That is how this works. LDL itself is not going to cause damage to the arterial wall at all. It's not going to do that. I'm sure that if you force-fed or force-introduced LDL into a system, then perhaps it would, beyond what the genes actually encode for. But that is not what actually happens in normal circumstances. What can happen is that LDL can be a contributor to heart disease, because if the injury to the arterial wall, which elicits LDL to come to the site in the first place, because LDL helps to heal tissue, if it does not ameliorate itself, then the LDL stays there and has a higher propensity to become oxidized and or glycated with hyperglycemic events, which will elicit an even further inflammatory response because now the body recognizes them as foreign proteins. They're unrecognizable, which will launch even more inflammation on the area, which will cause even more plaque buildup. And then it's a positive feedback loop that's occurring. That is how the process occurs. That's what this is. Okay? Heart disease is characterized by inflammation of the arteries. That's what this is all about. Okay? We're done. Hypertension can cause physical damage to the arterial walls. Hyperglycemia will do the same thing. Being chronically inflamed in the first place can set off a chain reaction where you've got a bunch of reactive oxygen species produced that can themselves damage the arteries, which can cause even more inflammation. That's another positive feedback loop if you're chronically inflamed. Okay? That's what we're dealing with here. We're done.
Data when it comes to looking at LDL cholesterol and cardiovascular disease. We have prospective randomized controlled trials.
Prospective randomized controlled trials. Prospective randomized controlled trials. Hair. Mr. Cafe. Randomized controlled trials are not controlled, and they very rarely have sufficient statistical power because of their sample size, because of ethical barriers. And also, they often go on for a very short amount of time. But even if they don't, it's looking at a very, very myopic view of a population of human beings. You cannot extrapolate the results of a study to any population not studied, and you still cannot inform upon causality because not all of your confounding and spurious variables have been controlled for, because you cannot control for human beings. Science requires control. If it doesn't have a control, it is theology by definition. Which is precisely why up at the top right of the screen, it says opinion. Low-density lipoproteins cause atherosclerotic cardiovascular disease. Current opinion. 1. Evidence from genetic, epidemiologic, and clinical studies. A consensus statement from the European Atherosclerosis Society Consensus Panel. Did you even read the title? Epidemiology cannot inform, that is hypothesis generating. Clinical studies have not been able to repeat. Really, you should be looking in terms of deriving or really establishing whether or not the signal that you derived or acquired from a certain study was strong or not. You have to look to see if the methods themselves in the individual study were responsible methods. It was an employment of responsible scientific rigor, which oftentimes is not. But you also have to look at the repeatability of the results, and then you have to aggregate that result into an aggregate signal to noise ratio using standard deviation, not a standard error. Okay. Standard error, using standard error is ridiculously flawed. Fundamentally flawed. Okay. You cannot use that responsibly. It's a standard deviation. You get a mean plus or minus standard deviation. Okay. And then you look to see, wow, okay, so this was the signal and this was the noise around that signal for this number of people over this amount of time. In people that were genotypically and phenotypically different from each other. And therefore, the results still cannot be extrapolated to the overall population, but you can form a stronger inference with that than you can with individual RCTs, which are not randomized nor controlled, by definition. They like to call themselves that in order to sound scientific. Just the facts, though. And then genetic studies. Yeah, you're talking about Mendelian randomization. Such studies wherein the scientists never actually measured LDL ever, or even estimated them. They took gene SNPs that are associated and directly involved with the production of more LDL than other people, and they studied those people over time in an epidemiological prospective fashion on a broad observational scale, and then compared their death rates to other populations and their ages of death. And they also compared, oh, did these people die of more heart disease than this other population or these other populations? So no. Not, and it also is predicated upon the notion that those genes will necessarily produce more LDL irrespective of the context in which the genes are placed, which is fundamentally false, because your genes, in terms of their expression, will vary depending on the environment in which they are placed. It is a fundamental fact of cellular biology. This is a distinction between genotype, which involves the genes that you actually have in your body to work with, and phenotype, the way in which they are expressed. Hell.
Controlled trials were changing the LDL using either diet or drugs, including both statins and non-statin drugs.
Right, great idea. Use a statin, an unequivocal mitochondrial poison, because of the downregulation that it induces of the production of your CoQ enzymes in your electron transport chain, a mobile enzyme. I almost said protein, but it's actually, fun fact, the only molecule in the electron transport chain, and really in the mitochondria, that is not a protein. It's an enzyme. But it is not made of protein. It's a mobile transport enzyme, and it is directly involved in the creation of ATP. You knock down the production rate of that, you're going to get inflammation. And then you're going to get the death of cells. That's what you were going to get. Because you will get a destruction of the mitochondria, and then the cells will die. Okay, that is a fundamental fact. I keep using this word fundamental because, well, it's fundamental. It's the stuff that you need to understand. Okay? It is a fundamental fact that a cell cannot survive without mitochondria. You also are going to have a downregulation of the production of myelin on your neurons. You want to talk about associations, you should look into the association between statin-taking populations and the presentation within those populations of ALS, an invariably fatal condition. Because you're talking about thousands upon thousands of percentage point increases in the incidence rate. The mechanism is extremely clear there. Notice how I'm not making a causal inference, but I'm saying, I would say you're stupid if you said that association should be ignored. That's a tough one to ignore. That's on the same scale as smoking and lung cancer, which still cannot be used to establish a causal relationship. You use it to base an opinion off of it. Or you use it to formulate an opinion based off of that data. This is called humility, and you need to learn how to exhibit some.
Will modify the risk.
No, it won't modify the risk. It is associated with a different incidence rate. You need to convey the science properly. You didn't even acknowledge my use of the word risk, and when to use risk and when to not use risk. You just said, that is false, wrong. Absolutely unbelievable, the arrogance. I mean, you really are a child, and you're in your 40s. You're in your 40s. So naive, such a baby, such an infant. mentally, intellectually. Unbelievable.
I already mentioned the Hill criteria for establishing causation earlier.
No. You're talking about Bradford Hill criteria now. And Bradford Hill criteria is more opinionated. It is an opinion, not fact. The facts are that in order to establish a causal relationship between two variables, you cannot have any interfering variables in your data set. They must be controlled. Okay, this necessarily gets into a philosophical debate. Necessarily.
Video, and the link between LDL cholesterol and cardiovascular risk absolutely
Not risk. Cardiovascular incidents. Quit with the arrogance. It's unacceptable behavior.
those criteria. If you're as nihilistic as Eddie is about the inability to establish causation,
That is the best thing that I'm so happy that you just brought this up. Wow. I've never, ever had someone say nihilism and accuse me of nihilism. This is precisely, that is a confession right there. That is a reinforcement of every single thing I have said. That is a reinforcement of every single time I have given the reason as to why people are so unwilling to accept this idea that you cannot establish order based on an association of a high enough degree and a high enough level. I'm so glad that you just brought this up. Wow. I'm so glad that he just brought this up. I genuinely cannot explain how vindicating that is. I'm shocked right now that he said this. I have always said the reason that people are unwilling to accept the idea, the fact that you cannot establish causal relationships in the area of inferential statistics, which is precisely why inferential statistics makes no claims of such a concept, is because of the absolute prideful insistence. You must be able to establish order in areas of chaos, even at the expense of responsibility. It is because they are afraid of chaos. I have always said this. Now, maybe I'm still not making sense. Let me break this down. The reason that people are unwilling to accept the idea that science, statistics specifically, to be fair, cannot inform upon causality is because if they accept that, then they have to accept the fact that almost every single idea that they hold is built on a false foundation. Their entire edifice, their ideological structure, if you think of like every ideology and every ideological position, their composite position, so their set of beliefs, as a skyscraper, if you kind of think of each one as a building. So there's like if you're going to be political, there's the centrists, there's one building, and then there's one city called the centrist city, and within that city there's a bunch of buildings, and each one represents a different form of the centrist ideology, because not all centrists are the same. You know, each building represents an ideological construct. Each building represents an individual person's ideological construct and position as a whole. If you tell them that the entire foundation of that building is wobbly and is therefore unsafe and is more likely to break down and cause them to fall into the ocean of chaos, well, they're going to become hesitant. They're going to become objectionary, and they're not going to be willing to accept it. It really just has to do with pride and arrogance. Human beings do not like chaos. They like order. They like it so much that they are willing to sacrifice responsibility for the establishment of order. They are willing to conflate association with causation just because they so emphatically and passionately believe in that association being the result of a causal relationship. And that is why I'm so glad that he said what he just said. this nihilistic view of Eddie's that, oh, you can't really establish causality with association. He just confessed that that truth, that fact, is depressing to him. Because, oh my God, well, then you can't establish any order ever, and that can't be true. No, just because you don't like the reality doesn't mean it isn't true. That is literally a reality. Sunshine, wake the up. As another Eddie in the space often says, this nihilistic view, it's not nihilistic, it's liberating, actually. Because I'm not sitting here saying that you should never, ever conduct any science ever. I'm saying that you should report it responsibly and formulate opinions based off of it and just be humble. Saying to not be prideful is not nihilistic. You absolute irresponsible buffoon. You offensive fuck.
You would also have to say that smoking doesn't cause lung cancer.
No, that's not what you would have to say. You would have to say that I think that smoking causes lung cancer. Why is it so difficult for you to wrap your damn head around it? Maybe because you're vegan. You wouldn't have to say that. I can say, yeah, I believe that smoking causes lung cancer because the inferences are very strong, in my opinion. You see how we do that? You see how we do that thing? You see how that works? That's called humility. You need to exhibit some. I have no patience for arrogance and pride. Okay? You're in your 40s. Grow the up.
All those studies are associative too.
Exactly. Correct. You cannot cross the line. You cannot establish a new precedent because you believe that something is causal based on an association. You cannot do that responsibly.
With LDL cholesterol, we know smoking plays a causative role in the development of...
No, you don't know. That is an opinion. More opinions being espoused as fact. There are plausible value judgment statements, so another opinion term. There are plausible mechanistic speculations as to how it can cause lung cancer. We also know that the mechanism is right there in the open. That being, well, when you inhale smoke, it goes into your lungs, and then there's a very, 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 very high incidence rate correlated with smoking of lung cancer. Duh. Well, there it is. There's the problem. However, do you know why you can't still establish causality from that logic alone? Because what if the incidence rate of lung cancer in smoking populations always took place in an area that had high industrial activity of air that was also toxic to the lungs? In this case, it didn't, but that's not the point. The hypothetical is to show that there is always a possibility that it wasn't the smoking itself that caused the lung cancer. Oh my God. Is it that hard to understand? Apparently it is for these people.
Cancer and heart disease, because we know that if you stop smoking, the risk of lung cancer and...
Not risk, the incidence. And you're also, even without that word, you're still making a causal inference. Haircafe. You still are by saying, when you stop smoking, the incidence goes down. No, you're saying that in studies that have observed a decrease in the reported smoking rate, or they've reported lower smoking rates than other populations, in those populations, there's also a correlation between lower incidence rates of death, or at least a longer lifespan. So the length of time being the variable here instead of the absolute amount of death, irrespective of length of age or life duration. So that's what you're saying. Humility. Learn it. You're in your 40s. Okay? You still got time. The fact that I even need to tell you to be humble, though, in your 40s is disheartening, really. And it's disappointing. Why am I, as a 21-year-old, I'm 21, not 22, having to lecture you on humility? You need to engage in some self-reflection here. Seriously, because that's embarrassing and pathetic.
falls, just like how we also know that if serum LDL levels go down, the risk of heart disease...
Not risk. Risk can only be informed upon in a vacuum with proper controls. It is an ideal that cannot be attained. The idea that you want to call that nihilism is it's so paradoxical. It's ironic. The thing that would breed nihilism is what we have today, which is a bunch of conflicting data that conflicts precisely because of the fact that scientists are operating under a false premise that you can even inform upon causality in the first place. Well, this causes this, but this study says that it doesn't cause this. And there's just a bunch of conflicting data all the time. That's a recipe for nihilism. That's a recipe for throwing your hands up in the air and going, well, I don't know what the to do. I'm just going to eat a balanced diet then. It's liberating. It's not nihilistic. It's liberating to understand, oh, these are just opinions and it's up to me to choose which one I believe is the most conducive approach to increasing my lifespan and health span. Health span is more important than lifespan, really, in my opinion. So anyway, you arrogant what's next?
Down. This isn't quantum mechanics we're talking about here, Jones.
Well, no one said that. Neither did I. In fact, I would throw that right back at you. This isn't quantum mechanics. Association does not equal causation. That is a fundamental fact. The irony, I'm going to be writing about this soon. The irony of that being one of the first things that's taught in statistics and many scientific courses, but mainly statistics and, statistical inference, is that it is also the most abused by the very people that promote that philosophy. It is the most fundamental aspect of chaos and order, responsible conveying and reporting of data, and yet it's the most abused because we are human beings and we cannot contend with chaos. If anything, we're not really designed to swim in chaos. We're designed to establish order. The problem is that the desire for order becomes so desperate that we can get lost in a irresponsible or in a field that it's almost always irresponsible to establish order in, or establish order with, is what I should say. We're doing it with the wrong tool. All right, we've established plenty of order all around us without the use of science, okay? So it's clearly possible without stats.
People like Eddie do not sound smart by pretending that this research is useful.
You don't sound smart whenever you pretend to understand statistics by saying, well, actually, we can inform upon causality with associations. You put forward a Bradford Hill criteria, which is someone's constructed opinion. That's like if I sat here and said, oh, well, actually, I believe that this association is causal if this meets these 8 criteria that I've made up. But this necessarily will get into a philosophical conversation. Well, then what actually is a fact? And whatever definition you put forth as what a fact is, who's to say that that also isn't merely an opinion? This gets really deep. This gets to bedrock. Okay? Sorry, I still am Gen Z, okay? Minecraft was a big part of my culture. But no, seriously, all jokes aside, this gets to the fundamentals of reality. And by the way, that's still not quantum mechanics, all right? It's not. I don't understand quantum mechanics, really. That's not something I've looked into yet. I'm a curious thinker. I want to know everything about everything. I want to know everything that we don't know, which is almost everything. So anyway, you really need to get your head wrapped around this, seriously, bud. You're in your 40s. It's really about time that you do that. Unfucking believable what you've put forth here today. Seriously.
It just shows that he has an incredible bias against reality because
No, it's not. It's a bias towards reality. You absolute imbecilic moron. You dolt. You absolute clown. You favor your own ideological constructs over reality. Oh my God, it's anti-truth what you're putting forth here. Wow.
attention-seeking contrarian who thinks
I'm not a contrarian. This is hilarious. This is absolutely hilarious. Attention-seeking contrarian. Yes, absolutely. That's definitely the case. Because every single thing that I believe is directly diametrically opposed to every mainstream philosophy. Sure. That's why I promote the idea that germ theory is a real thing. That's also why I promote the idea that cooked meat isn't going to kill you, when I could get a lot more of a following by saying that, actually, and that you must eat raw meat. Anyway.
better than cardiologists who are infinitely more qualified than he is.
Qualified according to whom, on the basis of what? This is another appeal to authority, appeal to consensus fallacy. Go ahead, read more from your script, though. That was probably generated by ChatGPT in many instances.
Whether or not it's associated in the first place, though, is ambiguous. There is no concrete evidence to support the claim.
Because of the conflicting data. Correct. There are plenty of associations that show that, with thousands upon thousands and upon thousands of people, that show that higher cholesterol levels, LDL levels, were associated with longer lifespans, for example. These are weak studies, by the way. They're all weak as But I put forth in my book that, well, if that were the case, well, I would suspect that probably wouldn't happen on a relatively repeatable basis. If cholesterol were genuinely causal in any disease processes directly. It was merely an opinion, because that's what a book is. It's an opinion piece written by a author. Anyone can write a book. A 12-year-old can write a book. It's up for the overall general public to determine whether or not they favor the book. And even if it's the case that 99% don't favor the book, that isn't necessarily because you were wrong, because that would necessarily give credence to the appeal to consensus fallacy as being not a fallacy. Wouldn't it? I mean, we are all just aiming and doing our best, trial and error. We're all fools in the grand scheme of things. We're not omniscient. It's as the old phrase goes, man plans, God laughs, right? Again, I use a lot of theist sort of language here, but that's not because I am necessarily a theist or an atheist. But there's truth within these phrases. There really is. I'm putting them into practice here and exemplifying. This is why these phrases persist today, and this is why they were formulated in the first place. This is where the logic, this is an explanatory statement and set of statements, really, of the underlying logic of all of these philosophies. This is where it comes from.
Meaningfully associated with heart disease.
See that word meaningfully? That represents an opinion, because I'm stating my opinion. They try and make objective standards like statistical significance, which is based on an arbitrary cutoff established by a human being.
In with, okay?
So a lot of
By the way, there is room for objectivity. There's a place for it. You need that, because if without objectivity, without objective standards for certain things, you wouldn't be able to communicate with each other. It's like the argument between moral relativism and objective morality. Well, you can make the argument that moral relativism is the actual truth, but we have to have objective standards if we want to have a cohesive society surrounding what morality actually is, what is and what isn't moral. People have an argument as to whether or not it's just arbitrarily chosen. And anyway, if everything were considered moral because, oh, well, it's all subjective anyway, well, then you wouldn't be able to communicate with one another. You would have a failing society, which means I actually believe that that's proof in and of itself, that if that leads to nihilism, hedonism, and a falling society and a more animalistic sort of approach and a fall of the human race, then that must not be true. That has to be evidence that it's not true. But again, we're getting into philosophy again, because philosophy undergirds literally everything.
Carnivore dieters will deny causative evidence, but I have
There's no such thing as causal evidence in this field. None. None. Get your head wrapped around this now, for the sake of yourself and everyone else.
anyone go so far as to suggest that there is no associative evidence. This kid is just...
Well, I'm not saying that there's no associative evidence. I'm saying that there is conflicting data, which suggests that the associative evidence that suggests potentially a causal relationship between LDL and heart disease is not as substantial as people make it out to be. You
opposite land, where up is down, right is left, and Jason Blaha doesn't have Klinefelter syndrome.
Right, and where association equals causation, right? Oh, wait, no, that's in your reality, right? Your reality.
Plot the data from literally dozens of independent...
All right, let's look at this. Magnitude of exposure to lower LDL-C, millimoles per liter. You're right, this is from the consensus study, the consensus panel opinion. Right. Mendelian randomization. There you go. Okay, so not exposure. We're done. This wasn't measuring exposure, Haircafe. It was observing people that had a certain gene SNP that was involved in the production of LDL, completely neglecting to understand that the degree to which it will do such a thing is dependent on its expression in the physiological system in which it resides. It depends on their phenotypic expression, which is determined by their lifestyle. Not to mention that, once again, they weren't measuring exposure. They were observing the people and the proportion and reduction in risk. So no, the proportion of incidence of coronary heart disease. That's what they did. And you are forming an opinion based on this. The pros of this analysis is that it's a quite substantial sample size, 194,427 people, as compared to what a lot of other observational studies will be conducted on, like the one that was conducted by Nick Norwitz on 100 people that shouldn't have ever been done. N of 100. Good. Great. Median follow-up, 52 years. Okay, so it went on for 52 years. And then in these prospective cohort studies, it went for median follow-up 12 years. So median follow-up, by the way, you know why they used the median? It's because the distribution of the set of follow-ups in years was not normally distributed. It wasn't symmetrical. It was skewed. Good. Okay, fine, though. Median is supposed to hedge against any influence of outliers or any skew. That's why they used the median. But fine. Okay, so 12 years, median follow-up, 12 years of N of 400,501. Okay, great. And then randomized controlled trials, median follow-up, 5 years. Right. So we already covered randomized controlled trials. We already covered prospective cohort studies. There's the association doesn't equal causation aspect of it. There's the population aspect of it. The results of studies cannot be extrapolated to any other group not studied. Also, the degree of publication bias as well, and arbitrary selection criteria. So basically, epidemiological journals have the ability to basically report whatever studies they want to report by selecting the studies based on any criteria they like. So like men only, English only, etc. It's completely arbitrary in order to get the results they want published. And then there's publication bias. For example, most of the time when epidemiologic studies are published, it's only showing 3. It's only showing the amount of studies that actually showed a positive result in favor of the hypothesis that was put forth, which completely neglects to mention how many studies were conducted that showed a lack of a reinforcement of the initial hypothesis of the authors. They only show the ones that actually passed. So that's a problem. And then the reporting of relative outcome statistics as opposed to absolute outcome statistics, which is that's what I want to see here. What were, by the way, the R values here? This is a line of best fit. I'd like to see a confidence interval. I'd like to see a signal to noise ratio represented as a standard deviation with respect to the noise and not a standard error, because that's never appropriate to be using in this field, because a standard error refers to effectively the standard deviation of the population, which you can only actually responsibly report if you're taking a sample from a population that you know the full parameters of, by the way, which is when you actually start learning about the central limit theorem and how basically the sampling distribution of the sample mean of a population that you know the parameters of, given that you have a sufficiently large sample size and or given that the actual population distribution is normal, approximately normal, will always be a normal distribution with the mean of it being the population mean. The standard error is the sample standard deviation in your samples that you conduct in that population divided by the square root of the sample size that is used in every sample. See, I actually understand this okay? So it better be reported with a standard deviation. And even then, it's associative. Why? That might sound desperate. I completely lend full credence to that argument. I understand. I lend full credence to the ability of that argument to be made with some reason behind it. Okay, it sounds desperate. It really does, and I understand that. It's one of the things I had to contend with. I thought to myself, that's got to be just due to innate desperation, that argument. But it isn't, and I'll explain why. You can have a perfect R squared value of 1 relationship between, let's say, even for example, LDL levels and heart disease incidence rate. And let's say that all of them invariably result in death. And so you might see an inverse association then, given that context, in a vacuum, with all confounding variables and spurious variables controlled for, of a lowering of LDL being directly commensurate with a reduction in heart disease presentation, let's say. Now imagine, though, that the way that they reduced the LDL was through statins. Well, then you cannot say that the reason for that direct 1-to-1 R squared value of 1 association, negative correlation, was due to the lowering of LDL. Why? Because statins actually happen to have chemically speaking, they have an anti-inflammatory effect. Well, so they didn't just reduce LDL, they also reduced inflammation on a chemical level. If there is a confounding variable that interferes with the result that you're actually studying, it has an effect on the other variables, even potentially, you must represent your results with ambiguity. Now, in this hypothetical scenario, you can make a far stronger case for LDL being causal in heart disease, in your opinion. This is where scientists come together. This is where they should come together, communicate with each other to form a consensus based on actual proper data. And even then, whenever they come to their conclusions, as a layperson, you have the responsibility to always doubt the authorities. Always at least have the ability to doubt them. Say, okay, interesting. I'll trust it for now because I'm worried with, I'm caught up with other things. I don't have time to actually look into science and how to actually conduct it. So these people know better than me. I'm going to put faith in them and I'm going to see what happens. Okay. That's why people still do that today. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. What I'm saying is a bad thing is to never, ever doubt them merely on the basis of them being in a position of authority, especially when the redounding associative effects, by the way, we remain logically consistent here, of these axioms that they promote based on consensus continuously are negative. Then it must, that makes it incumbent upon other people to go, okay, maybe we must take matters into our own hands. This is how people run for office in the political sense. This is how people, things around me, they're not working. So clearly, they're not doing things right. These are the authorities. I'm supposed to trust them. This is how that works. But of course, you're chastised for questioning them in the first place. And that's the danger here. So I find myself repeating myself quite often, but that's what I often find myself doing in these videos.
Independently done studies on LDL cholesterol and cardiovascular risk, you get
not risk, also not LDL cholesterol. And you get what?
incredibly strong correlations, as you can see.
No, that's your opinion. There are objective standards for strength of correlations, specifically with respect to Pearson's R and R squared values. R squared being, well, the square of Pearson's R, representing what's considered it's an explanatory variable. It purports to explain how much of your how much of the activity of your dependent variable is explained by the independent variable. But explained is a quite ambiguous term, which actually makes it a responsible term to use here, because people draw the false conclusion that that necessarily means it's a coefficient of causality, which isn't true. And I just explained why that's not true. All right. I know R squared very well. Wow.
Graph right here, or in this graph.
Okay, so let's look at this one. Weighted between group difference in achieved LDL-C level in millimoles per liter. Right, so I'm assuming this is going to be referring to a ratio, what they consider a lot of times a hazard ratio. They're going to be comparing intervention incidence versus a control incidence, right? And then they're going to aggregate that and compute that into a ratio. And that can be between 0 or over 1. 1 would be a complete equal amount of incidence in the intervention group and the control group. So anyway, okay, so relative risk reduction. So no, relative incidence, and it says reduction, which is another implicitly causal term, per 1 millimole per liter, 38.7 milligrams per deciliter, right? Okay. Reduction in LDL-C, 23% relative risk, so relative incidence, 0.77, right? So this is, 1 would be equal. They're saying 0.77, which means that there's a lower incidence rate in the intervention group compared to the control group in this population studied. 95% confidence interval. So that's looking basically at the distribution, and it's measuring how many different standard deviations away from the mean we're considering. It's 2 standard deviations away from the mean. You get 95% of your data around those points, basically. That's where 95% of your data lies. Within 3 standard deviations, that's 99.7%. Within 1, you've got 68%. So again, I'm just exemplifying that I actually understand what I'm looking at here. And of course, the 95% confidence interval, I'd wonder if they ran a bootstrap analysis to compute this, but between 0.75 to 0.79, right? So it's right around there. It seems quite consistent in terms of the proportion. So, and then p-value of less than 0.001, which is supposed to indicate statistical significance. Okay, which also begs the question as to whether or not something is practically significant merely based on statistical significance being achieved, which is a fallacy, I'm telling you. So, relative risk of major vascular events. And then, yeah, 1 here. And then look, this is all weighted between group difference in achieved LDL-C level, 0.2, 0.4, 0.6, 0.8, 1.0. And it's just going up, right? And I'm assuming that the dotted lines are a confidence interval, but we already see that the confidence interval, there's not too much noise around that signal in this situation. Right, okay. Fibrates, 9 trials. So they basically aggregate a bunch of trials together. I'm assuming this is then a meta-analysis then. This is a meta-analysis. So it's actually, then you have to look at I would say that you have to look at the methods employed, but they're kind of giving that already. Statins, niacin, diet, fibrates, ezetimibe, yes, right. CETP inhibitors, 3 trials. Bile acid sequestrants, 2 trials. So all different methods, which begs an entirely different question. Okay, PCSK9 inhibitors, 2 trials. Right, okay. Now, but look at this. Look at this here. This is a line here trying to connect these data points. This is a line of best fit that's calculated by taking the ordinary least squares regression analysis, basically. And but look at these error bars around here. That's massive noise around this signal, because look at the sample size with respect to the amount of trials. 2, 4, 25. Notice how, since there's more, then it's got a lower noise around the signal. Right. And what effect do statins have, at least initially? An anti-inflammatory effect, so you still cannot draw any causal relationships between LDL specifically and heart disease incidence, not risk. Niacin. Okay, so that's a B vitamin. Right, okay. Little noise here, little noise here, little noise here, little noise, more noise, way more noise, way more noise, way more noise, and then PCSK9 inhibitors, one of the most commonly distributed drugs, massive signal to noise ratio here. Massive. Look at the error around this. And you're going to try and draw a line of best fit between these as if it means anything? Wow. Do you know how to interpret this data? So as the amount purports to go up, right, in weighted between group difference in achieved LDL-C level, right? So as the amount of the difference between the groups in LDL levels in millimoles per deciliter goes up, the relative risk of major vascular events, quote unquote, looks to be going up in studies that were conducted with completely different methods, with massive signal-to-noise ratios within the results of each study, with no confounding variables controlled for to any significant degree to even inform upon any opinion about, to make any opinion about this association being causal to any degree substantial. It's not going to be because of this. And I mean, again, not looking at risk, but incidence with a bunch of people that, once again, they're not controlled for. You're forming an opinion on this data. That's what you're doing. All of these interventions have multiple different effects. Even in isolation, these have different effects. And then you put a bunch of them together that have totally different methods, and then you say, oh, well, the reductionist variable that I'm going to attribute to be the actual causally related variable here is the LDL going down. Unbelievable. Seriously. Like in the dietary intervention, what else are these people, what else are the people doing and changing? What are they eating and what are they not eating? Healthy user bias and unhealthy user bias. The amount of biases that you've just compounded exponentially is absurd. And I say you, but it's not you. But you're lending credence to this type of science, and it's a damn shame.
Even look at the effects of lowering
Not effects, because that is the conjugate of cause.
cholesterol directly on the coronary arteries.
Oh my God. Wow. Another association. Okay, so Y equals, okay, so this is basically the formula for the line of best fit. You can actually calculate this. You can do a rough calculation by solving for B and A. In this case, it's yeah. So Y should really be the predicted value of Y. It should be Y hat on top, not Y. All right. And so you've got a line of best fit here with no confidence interval here. So we have to question then what the signal to noise ratio is. It's LDL cholesterol milligrams per deciliter, not cholesterol, but a lipoprotein carrier for cholesterol, right? Okay. And then you see, what was the sample size, by the way? So O'Keefe, Jr., et al. The optimal LDL is 50 to 70 milligrams per deciliter. Optimal is your opinion. It's a value judgment statement. MLD decrease in millimeters per year. Right. Okay. P-value of 0.001. So that's supposed to represent statistical significance. And I'm assuming, this reversal AT, MASS. So this is another meta-analysis where it's basically plotting the signal for each interventional study here, or even maybe set of studies like we saw earlier, according to the, average LDL cholesterol level that was attained. Well, so also without any error bars around the data points themselves. That's another big problem. Okay, but cool, great. We understand what we're looking at, and we see a decrease 0.0, 0.01, 0.02. What is, by the way, MLD here? Let me get him to say it first. See, because as you see, there's a purported ostensible association. Well, there is an association here, but there's an ostensible causal association between the LDL cholesterol going up and a decrease in MLD, which is purported to be bad. Again, I don't know what it is, so let's hear what he says. He says direct effects on the arteries.
Cirrhosis occurs, and this is based on not just one study, but 14 separate studies.
So 14 separate studies. Yes, exactly. So N of 14 on this graph, by the way, which is going to heavily influence the R value and what the line of best fit looks like. We need to collect and really assess the signal to noise ratios of those individual study results. You're plotting the means of the studies of each study result on the graph without putting error bars around it. You've got to be able to do that. Now, I'm also hoping that the residuals here are normally distributed as well, because that's a way of looking at whether or not you missed something out of your data set or not. That was critical or important. R squared of 0.6116. Anyway, so an increase in LDL, MLD decrease, Again, what is MLD?
Since cardiovascular risk is directly related to
Not risk. Oh my God. Wow.
atherosclerosis, it's clear that lowering LDL cholesterol.
Oh my God. Wow. So another one with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 data points on the graph, on the scatter plot here. So LDL cholesterol going up, CHD events in percentage points. So you're being reductionist, basically. You want to talk shit about mechanistic speculation, and then here you go. Mechanistic speculation. R squared of 0.9305. Yeah, well, it's really easy to attain a value of that high of an R squared value if you have very minimal data points. Okay? Again, with the formula to get the predicted value of y here, you can plug, and that assumes that it is causal in the first place. It assumes that.
Lowers risk of atherosclerosis
Not risk, done.
disease, and this has all been demonstrated in multiple studies too.
Association is not necessarily equal to causation. I just gave the hard science way earlier. Yesterday, as I was sitting in front of you, exposing myself to offensive nonsense from you, even then. Okay? Atherosclerosis does not occur in veins. Unless you introduce the vein into a high pressure area of the vascular system via a surgical bypass situation, by the way, which is very interesting. High pressure area. Wow, okay. Well, that's very interesting, isn't it? Unbelievable. This is what happens when men try to play God. I mean, seriously, this is what happens. This is what happens whenever you don't perform science because you're a curious thinker that wants to just try and understand with humility the nature of the universe and try and get closer to approximating, some fundamental truths of the world, and instead want to construct your own stories about it. That's the result. This is the result that you get. A bunch of pseudo-sophistication. Because that's what this actually is. But anyway, despite the fact that they have the same cholesterol content, that's what I was saying, in both the arterial side and the venous side. And it doesn't occur as a blanket across the arterial wall either. It's in set sites. We're done.
These graphs, you will never see a tighter correlation in biological research than you're seeing in these graphs.
Really? You don't see that with smoking and lung cancer? And it's actually even more harder of an inference because the mechanism is actually even more obvious. Because really, let's get to the actual philosophy behind this. Let's just cut to the chase. They'll never admit this, at least explicitly. The reason that people are afraid of saturated fat, the main reason that it really caught on as much as it did, it was not actually because of the data. It was because people saw that saturated fat was solid at room temperature. People saw that unsaturated fat was liquid at room temperature. And then they made the conclusion that, well, okay, so if I eat the solid fat, then it'll be solid in my arteries. And if I eat the liquid fat, then it won't be. It'll just flow through like nothing. That's actually why. The story made sense. It was extremely easy to grasp within half a second because it was so simplistic. It caught on for that reason. People heard that science was behind it too. And that's all they had to say. That's all they had to hear. They didn't have to actually look at the data because they don't know how to do that. They said, oh, well, science proves it too. Okay, well, done. That's how it caught on. And that's why it still continues to persist today, by the way. You look at fat on your plate and if it's solid, especially like butter and stuff, it's like, oh boy, that's gonna kill you because it'll get clogged in your arteries because your arteries are like hoses and the plaque is made up of fat. So the fat, when you consume it, it just goes into your arteries. It just deposits there. Which, by the way, that logic wouldn't explain why heart disease takes decades to develop. You have to add another layer at the very least and say, oh, well, there's parts of your body that take excess away, right? And that's what they did. Okay, that's why HDL is good cholesterol and LDL is bad. Another gross oversimplification, even within the context of LDL actually being causal, in the hypothetical world where it is causal in heart disease. Still a gross oversimplification because what? So LDL never plays a role ever? I mean, without LDL, you die. So anyway, absolutely ridiculous and atrocious. I mean, I feel like I'm going to continue repeating myself, so.
It's completely ridiculous for Eddie to claim that this association is at best ambiguous because it's not.
Yes, because there's conflicting data that suggests that those associations are not causal. Sorry that you disapprove of that so much. You said the word ridiculous, and I can't help but recognize that that's, what is that again? Oh, that's your opinion, based on a flawed understanding of science.
There is no ambiguity at all.
That is your opinion. There actually is. In reality, that's not just your opinion. It's a fact that there's ambiguity, because there's always ambiguity in science. You don't want there to be ambiguity, but that doesn't change the fact that there is.
Wrong as research can possibly get.
No, it's not at all. It is not. Give me a break. This guy's a vegan. Just may we remind ourselves. He said in his comment section in this video that he's been vegan for 22 years. Look, hey, do what you want to do. I don't know. I'll keep my mouth shut for now.
Second point. And the third point. If you actually look at the etiology of heart disease.
Oh, we're actually going to get into this. Great.
Understand, you will see very clearly that plaque accumulates not in the entirety of the vascular system, even though cholesterol.
Very minimally does it ever do that, and that happens to be in the case of people having extreme genetic issues like sickle cell anemia, which, by the way, even then, the plaque primarily builds up in the turbulent areas still, but you'll get it elsewhere as well. Hint, hint, wink, wink. There's your hint right there. So sickle cell anemia, oh, they die of heart disease, huh? Perhaps it's because of damage to the arteries that was caused, that was induced. Right. And also, again, with the bona fide familial hypercholesterolemia, which is very poorly named, which is the problem where people have the inability to absorb or take up more excess cholesterol from the bloodstream. And then it has to deposit somewhere. And then, yes, it will, through cytosis, enter through the tunica intima, and you will start to develop plaque that is very highly rich in cholesterol. Which, of course, it will be, because, well, if you can't take up cholesterol from the bloodstream, then where else is it supposed to go? Like, no one's saying that cholesterol won't end up there. It does. It doesn't just end up there in those situations either. It ends up in other places, too.
Present in basically equal amounts in both sides, the venous and arterial side of the vascular system. That's interesting. So not only does it accumulate in one side, which is the arterial side, it accumulates in set sites in the vascular system, in the arterial side of the vascular system, which just so happen to be the sites that experience the most turbulent blood flow. Turbulence just basically being deviation away from a smooth and steady flow, in this case with respect to the blood, okay? Which will cause eddying and pools of blood in those areas, which will basically linger for longer periods of time throughout the pumps, and it will cause damage in those areas, which is your key sign. It's damage to the arteries that causes atherosclerosis over time.
I genuinely cannot. I don't know where he's going to go with this. What does he have to say to this? That's all factual in genetically normal people. And I just covered why that caveat needs to be made.
No, it's not just that. It's...
Yes, you moron. You absolute moron. Get a grip on reality, bud. You really need to.
The cholesterol. Let me show you, Eddie. Atherosclerosis occurs in high-pressure vessels, specifically arteries, and it does occur...
Thank you for reinforcing my point.
...areas of turbulence. However, it does not...
Thank you for reinforcing my point.
...occur in the absence of LDL cholesterol. It's in...
My God, wow. You need LDL there to repair the area. Yes, you will not find plaque that has no LDL in it. Do you hear yourself right now? Yes, cholesterol will be there because any damaged area will have LDL there to some extent. Oh my God, what? Wow.
Turbulence causing damage.
Yes, you're right. It's not possible. It isn't possible because as soon as you form an injury, you have to have LDL there to heal it. Oh, well, you'll never find plaque without LDL in it. Holy sh**. The vapidity, I don't know. Making words up now. But the vapid nature of this, it's laughable, actually. It makes it far more of a smooth ride watching these videos, the stupider the arguments get, actually.
Endothelium of the arteries is a factor in initiating...
You're just reading off of a damn script, dude. You're reading off of a damn script. Now, it'd be fine to some extent. I still am kind of averse to that. I mean, what? You can't sit in front of a camera and be authentic? You have to write everything out first and then read it directly off of the paper? Okay. I guess a step in the right direction if you wrote it yourself. But anyway, because there's really no difference between writing and thinking, right? So he's still thinking. However, I have a feeling, I have a suspicion, sneaking suspicion, that you didn't write at least all of this yourself. And you used AI. Because I can do that too, by the way. I can do that. And you know what else I can do with AI is I can make it deny what it just said as being truth. It's amazing how that works. AI is a tool. It can be abused or it can be used properly. It's really great whenever you're trying to trying to peruse the scientific literature for something that you want to research. Hey, find me studies on this, and then you can just instead of going through Google Scholar. That's great. Or like simple facts. A lot of times, what is density? What's the formula for density? What's pH? I'm trying to think of things that are involved in my area of expertise here. When it comes to ideology, you can make it say whatever the hell you want to. There's memes made about it, man. I just read one last night of someone putting a prompt in that says, I cheated on my wife last night because she decided to work a 12-hour shift. And I was lonely. And all that ChatGPT did was defend the guy. Oh, yeah, you may have cheated, but you know what? You have needs too. You were alone in that moment. You weren't you. You were desperate in that moment. It'll validate anything that you say. It's what it's designed to do.
Cirrhosis, but LDL cholesterol is what leads to the actual plaque formation that ends up blocking the arteries.
Why is it there? What about if you remove the injury? It's like the ingredients for a fire. You have to have an oxygen source. You have to have heat. There's the triangle that they usually form as like all the ingredients that you need for a fire to develop. Source of oxygen, you need heat. Okay, anyway. If you remove the oxygen, you get rid of the fire. If you remove the heat, you also get rid of the fire. The difference is that in this case, if you remove the LDL completely, the person will die almost immediately. And also they would have a lot more arterial problems, by the way, because there would be nothing to heal the injury. You do realize how moronic you sound right now, right? I don't think you do. So the thing that you should remove is the injury. Obviously, LDL will be there. The plaques don't develop without LDL there. Yes, duh. The foam cells are made up of macrophages that continue to grow in size because they are going after the LDL particles that are becoming oxidized and glycated because of them remaining there, because the injury persists. That's why this is happening. Oh my God. Wow.
LDL cholesterol is low enough, atherosclerosis and heart disease is not possible.
No. It depends on what you mean by atherosclerosis, because atherosclerosis, if he's talking about the plaque buildup in the arteries, okay, fine. But he's indicating that there won't be a problem. That's really what his implication is. There won't be a problem. Okay, no, there will be plenty of problems. And your arteries will not heal as well. That's a fact. You won't have them clogged. You won't have any plaque that becomes hard plaque, so calcified plaque, and then that becomes unstable and ruptures, and then forms a blood clot, a thrombus, right? But that's not the point. That would, by the way, explain why there's an association between lowering of LDL. That would help to also explain the lowering of LDL and in the decreased CHD incidence or any other MIs and all that. That would also help to explain it. The problem is determining what is the indicated approach. This is like the whole insulin resistance thing. Oh, you treat the insulin resistance as if that's the actual problem. No, the insulin resistance is what the body is designed to do given the circumstances. You have to remove the external factor that you've introduced, that you continue to introduce into the system, that is causing the insulin resistance to be there in the situation where the person is exhibiting what's considered colloquially pathological insulin resistance. There's some forms of insulin resistance that are things like peripheral insulin resistance, which actually are not problematic at all. That's not a pathology. That's not a problem. That's the phenomenon whereby some, and perhaps even the minority, by the way, of ketogenically adapted carnivores, if they have a larger bolus of glucose, then their glucose level will rise and then it'll hold before it actually goes down. So they're considered not insulin sensitive because insulin sensitivity, insulin resistance, that's a construct. They're all constructs, right? Not to say that constructs are inherently bad. We all need constructs because we need some level of order in the universe, right? It's just a matter of how we use those, how we employ those constructs, whether we use them responsibly, whether we convey them responsibly and refer to them responsibly or not. So anyway, they're considered not insulin sensitive, but that begs an entire question. Well, should you be insulin sensitive in every single scenario? Because insulin resistance isn't the pathology. If they hadn't consumed the glucose, there's no pathology. There's no pathology occurring. That's like saying, okay, well, sure, if you cut out alcohol completely, you'll never be drunk. You'll never be succumbing to damage from it. But as soon as you consume the alcohol again, you'll get your propensity for becoming intoxicated is way, way, way higher than if you consumed it all the time. So that's why you should consume it all the time. No, that shows that you shouldn't be consuming it at all. Why would you say, oh yeah, your tolerance for something goes down if you don't consume it. So you might want to keep that tolerance up by, continuing to consume it. Oh, this food inflames you, like all the time. It inflames you really badly. If you cut it out though, completely, if you eat it again, it'll inflame you even more than it is now. So you might want to just continue eating it. What? No, that means to not eat it and then continue not eating it. I don't understand what the hell you're talking about. And that's the situation here. But this is what this reminds me of. Oh, you should use the statins to prevent the plaque from building up in the first place. Because, the LDL goes down, and without the LDL, you won't get as much plaque buildup. Or if any at all, actually, as we've already covered. Yeah, but is that the actual appropriate approach? Or what else can you do? Can you mitigate the injury that you're inducing into the arteries? What the f*** is this logic? Oh yes, continue damaging yourself, but you know what? Well, the more you do that, the more that this wound gets bigger and starts to form like a micro callus. So instead of not doing that thing, let's make a drug that actually takes away the plaque that is designed to be developed according to the genes. Those genes have been evolved for billions of years. This philosophy is inherently anti-human, precisely because it goes against what these genes have evolved to do for billions of years. How old are you? You're in your 40s, right? So take 40 and divide it by 3 billion years, and then multiply it by 100 to get the percentage of time that you've existed in relation to genes. I mean, imagine that you were on this earth for 3 billion years, and someone that were of your age went up to you and said, you know what? You're not doing that right. You'd say, get the f*** out of here, you f***ing moron. Who the f*** do you think you are? So, anyway.
Strongly urge Eddie to read this recent thorough review article on...
Well, we already covered it. There's no need to read this. I'm sorry. There really is no need to read this. None. None at all. We already covered the basics here.
...of atherosclerosis and actually educate himself.
Coming from someone that believes that associations can actually inform upon causality as long as it's, believable enough in his perception. As long as he thinks so.
Atherosclerosis is the infiltration into the lesion of LDL cholesterol.
You see that word lesion? By the way, lesion? I thought it was with one S. Maybe there's different variations of the word depending on where you're from. That's interesting.
LDL oxidation. The higher the LDL cholesterol, the more likely this is to...
No, not more likely. You're now drawing a causal inference because that is contextual and conditional upon the injury status of the endothelium. You idiot. You arrogant moron. You dangerous moron.
The inside of the atherosclerotic plaque is full of LDL cholesterol, and this is part...
It's full of many different lipids, and we covered why. Atherosclerotic plaque that becomes calcified consists of almost no cholesterol, though, in people studied, which is interesting. But the calcified plaque comes from the soft plaque in the first place, so, whatever.
Formation, not some secondary phenomenon like Eddie is claiming here.
No, no, it's not a secondary phenomenon. Right, so you're going to sit here and say the injury is the secondary thing. Right. Yeah, that's amazing. That's great. Woo! Oh boy.
The plaque there is composed largely of scar tissue, not cholesterol in the first place.
Yes, that is the calcified plaque. However, the calcified plaque comes from soft plaque. To be extremely fair. But what I'm saying is that over time, even if you had soft plaque, let's say that you had a very small degree of soft plaque, but it never went beyond that point. Well, it doesn't matter how much of it's made of cholesterol then. The plaque that actually causes the heart attacks is the hard plaque once it has persisted, the injury has persisted, for decades. And then it actually has the ability to become calcified for some bemusing mechanism. I don't believe that scientists actually understand why, but it happens. It doesn't really matter, but it happens. And then it breaks off because it becomes unstable, it ruptures, and then it causes a thrombus, basically. A blood clot. Then you got a issue. Okay, so I'm sure that he's going to bring this up, by the way. Again, I have not watched this. I paused this and then I came back today. I've not watched this. So if the prediction comes true, I guess I'm godlike then, right? Mm. Mm. Tee.
Cells.
No, atherosclerosis.
Yes. Atherosclerotic plaque that calcifies and becomes unstable in rupture is primarily composed of scar tissue. Which, by the way, hint as well. That's a hint right there. Abrasions. Hypertension. That's an influencer.
Not just scar tissue.
I didn't say just scar tissue. Even in the case of hard plaque, it's not made up of just scar tissue. I said primarily scar tissue. Use your brain and ears. Use them, whatever you have of them.
Of LDL and VLDL cholesterol, as this diagram shows.
Yes, however, that's interesting because VLDL specifically is primarily involved in carrying triglycerides. And usually those are two adipocytes, obviously, because that's where triglycerides typically go. Triglycerides are all over the body, though, in your muscle, in your liver, or whatever. But that's how the stored form of fat is found on the body. It's in the form of triglycerides. But yes, VLDL has the ability to go elsewhere. Lipoprotein metabolism is extremely dense, actually. It's an extremely dense lesson in biochemistry. To simplify it as much as possible, you basically, when you consume fats, they get absorbed into chylomicrons, then they enter the lymphatic system, and then they enter the something duct. I can't remember the name. The thoracic duct, I believe. Right around here. And that's how they enter the blood. And then they go into the capillary endothelium. And depending on the I to G ratio, they're broken down into triglycerides in muscle cells, or the triglycerides are broken down themselves in muscle cells, or they're broken down in fat cells. Depends. Because that influences which lipoprotein lipase proteins are actually activated, or enzymes really is what we should say, are activated. The ones in that go to the fat cells are the ones that go to the muscle cells. And anyway, whenever they're in there, they actually have the HDL has proteins and transporters that it sort of relinquishes to other proteins in there. You've got ApoE4. ApoE is people that say that has implications in Alzheimer's and stuff like that. And then you've got ApoC2, I believe. It's really dense. I'm rusty on that, but it's really dense. It is really dense. I always have to reread it. A month goes by and I have to reread what's going on there. But yeah, very, very complex. But it's a continuous process that is occurring 24/7 in human beings' bodies.
Time that atherosclerosis will actually develop in veins in the first place is because of the fact that sometimes a vein can be introduced into a high-pressure area of the vascular system, there's your other key point, due to a surgical bypass situation, and then the vein will develop atherosclerosis.
Yes, correct. So another inference that it's damage that is caused from external factors, or in the case of sickle cell anemia, internal factors, unfortunately. There you go. Okay, because they develop plaque all across their vascular system. But once again, most of the plaque develops in the areas of the vascular system that experience the highest turbulent blood flow. That is how this works.
Blood flow in those areas where eddying and pools of blood occurs is exacerbated by hypertension.
This is a false dichotomy.
What do you mean it's a false dichotomy? Let's let you explain.
Occurs at high pressure areas in the arteries, and hypertension is an independent risk factor for...
It's an independent associative factor, you moron. You need to get this wrapped around your head. You're now referring to statistics, so it is now an associative factor, not a risk factor. In the context of physiology, it's far more of a risk factor because we know the physics. Physics being a hard science. Once again, predicated upon hard inferences that are repeatable to a degree of predictability and invariability in every instance observed. That's, again, gets into the definition of fact versus opinion.
Atherosclerosis, but it can even develop in people who have normal blood pressures.
Yes, because the absolute cause, the fundamental cause, is damage to the arteries. Oh my God. And let me guess where those plaques still developed, primarily. Let me guess.
Atherosclerotic heart disease is present even in people with systolic blood pressures less than 100 millimeters of mercury.
That's fantastic. You know what? It would be even more if the blood pressure was higher. I would suspect at least. Again, multiple confounding variables that can have an antagonistic effect to that. All right, that's the beauty of science, man. It's not nihilistic. Once again, it's liberating. Okay, it's fun. I actually like nuance is fun. If you don't find nuance fun and instead you find it daunting and intimidating to a degree that you become desperate to really try and find ways to establish order, even in the face of it, even in spite of it, you got to check yourself. You got to take a step back and take a breath. You know that you can trust yourself whenever you find nuance fun and you actually actively look for it and seek it out. Because there's no difference between doing that and constantly 24/7 doubting your theories as being correct, doubting the correctness and veracity of your theories.
Would actually be considered an abnormally low blood pressure.
Doubting is not the best way of putting it. I keep saying that. I think I'm getting my point across efficiently and effectively. Doubting is not really what I should be saying, though. It's constantly testing it and looking for holes in it. It's like checking, you know, like every few seconds I'm like, well, actually, no, let's see how it holds up against this. Oh, it still holds up. Okay. Well, I'll look for another opportunity to test it. That's what I'm talking about.
Less than 100 millimeters of mercury, which would actually be considered an abnormally low blood pressure.
Great. So the fundamental mechanism is still present here, which is damage to the arterial wall. You're not going to get plaque buildup if you don't have damage to the endothelium.
Once again, Eddie is completely wrong here.
No, you're completely wrong. Next.
Hypertension, okay? It's going to be contraindicated stimuli, things that our genes are not completely, entirely designed to withstand to a complete degree or even to a relatively significant degree at all.
Yeah, really, I should have said genotypic degree because this gets into a distinction between genotype and phenotype. Once again, I already covered it, but genotype is the genes that you have in your body for expression, for the purpose of expression, and protein creation. And then phenotype is the way that those genes are expressed, on, off, or somewhere in between, 60% active, 70% active, in terms of the rate at which they are producing a protein. So that's because that's really the only purpose of genes. It's they're involved in the production of a certain protein, a specific protein, and nothing else for use in the body. So
things like poor diet.
Oh, you mean like the carnivore diet?
That's your opinion, you moron, that you have no evidence to support.
Completely.
Okay.
Great.
Species inappropriate, species unspecific diet. Okay.
Whatever the hell that means, but
yes. Oh God! Wow. Species appropriate, species specific refers to a set of behaviors, in this case specifically dietary behavior, that the genes of said species across its genome, with very minimal variation depending on what environment they specifically evolved under or evolved within, that their genes across their genome most evolved to genotypically withstand, what they're most genotypically adapted to. Now, there are arguments that you can make against it. You haven't made them yet. Maybe he will.
it sounds like he's making the appeal to nature fallacy.
There it is. Wow. No, I'm making an appeal to biological fact. Okay? What I'm saying is that any deviation away from what a species' genes most genotypically evolved to withstand across history from every inference that we have to refer to is a risk to the organism. It poses a risk. Now, the risk is not the same. It's not like, it's either a risk or not a risk. There are degrees of risk that are really impossible to measure. Okay? It depends on the degree of deviation, and it also depends on the specific behavior itself. Okay? That's what matters most. And also, it doesn't mean that we won't survive the deviation. Some members of the species will die off. Some of them won't. Okay, I feel like we're seeing that even in the plant-based space. People are like eating a plant-based diet. Some of them I feel like are dying. They're generally degenerating and deteriorating. Others, like him, they're not. That's the beauty of genes. Some people do totally fine. Maybe not totally fine, but they survive. Because that's really what the genes are not. This is something that the vegans get right, and I don't really like this argument in the carnivore space. And he might actually cover it. The idea that just because our genes evolved to withstand a certain stimulus, that does not indicate that it is optimal, that is conducive to optimizing to the greatest degree possible our lifespan and or our health span. Why? Because genes are merely involved in the process. They're strictly involved in surviving or causing the organism, allowing the organism to survive to a reproductive age. They're only interested in getting themselves to pass on to the next generation. Okay. So a species can adopt a different diet that actually shortens lifespan and shortens health span, but not to the degree that it would decrease their reproductive rate on average, plus or minus, which would mean that once they become genotypically adapted, after some of them die off, of course, right? As all species do. If the species survives, sometimes they go extinct, all of them die off. But in the case where they don't, the remaining members of the species will now have become genotypically adapted to that stimulus, which means now they have a lower lifespan and a lower health span. That's possible. That's possible. Absolutely the case. And so if he's going to make that argument, it's true. Now you might be wondering, well, what's the rebuttal to that? What would you respond to that? Well, there's a few things. Number one, yes, as much as that is true, what's the alternative? Well, they would say, well, Eddie, that's a stupid question. The alternative is to look at the science that we are able to conduct and say, okay, well, from this inference, this inference, this inference, this inference, we can extend our lifespan. And I would argue that's not really a sufficient argument. I mean, who wants to extend their lifespan at the expense of their health? They really are saying health span. And they say that as a consequence of the increased health span, you'll get a subsequent increase in lifespan, at least theoretically. Okay, fine. Let's just give it to them. Okay, to which I would say, great. Now provide me a study that can inform upon that with any utility and any significance whatsoever. We're back to the discussion that we were just already on and that we've been on. There you go. We're back to the same discussion. Okay. The second thing I would say is that as noisy of a signal as this may be, it's still a signal nevertheless that is available to us. And there's not a lot of better ones that I've seen. Whenever you do comparative gene analyses on different species, and you include us in that little cohort, I guess, you see that we should be living, purportedly, according to these scientists, around 120 to 150 years of age. If we just got out of our damn way, basically, is what they're implying. If from every inference we have, we are most genotypically adapted to a carnivorous lifestyle, which then leads into another argument, I understand. But even just for the sake of the argument, before we get into that, if that were the case, which is what my argument is, it wouldn't explain why that would be the assertion. The only explanation for that would be that they did their math wrong. There's way too much noise around that signal, and it's just a weak inference, which that very well could be the case. But I find it interesting, nevertheless. I find it very interesting. And then that's going to lead into a discussion. Well, you have no evidence to support that, and then we get into other inferences as to how we are most genotypically adapted to a carnivorous plant-free diet, or at least, at the very least, minimal carbohydrate diet. And I'll get into that later if it becomes salient or relevant at all.
Just go ahead and refer back to the video where I addressed the butter thought.
And not familiar, and boy, do we still have a lot more to come, so sorry. Not going to be able to cover that.
That also goes for lifestyle. Species inappropriate, species unspecific lifestyle.
Yes, so basically deviating away from what the genes are most evolved to genotypically withstand with respect to all behavior, not just dietary behavior. But in this specific context, I was referring to diet. Because it has a far more of an intimate effect on genes than other external factors do. I know it depends on the external factor, but as a general rule, we're generalizing for the sake of brevity here.
That's when you'll have these issues. It seems it takes a long time to develop heart disease.
Notice how I said it seems as well. So there's still elements of humility here that I'm exhibiting that he does not exhibit.
In that context, though,
I'll admit, this is the closest Eddie comes to actually telling the truth, because...
Oh, yeah. This is the closest I come to actually telling the truth. I'll admit, I'll feign a sense of humility to make myself, to aggrandize myself in the perception of ignorant followers and ignorant viewers so I can beguile them into my ideology and lull them in to a vegan, anti-human lifestyle. Yeah, good, great. You're not fooling me. You're not fooling anyone.
Disease does take a long time to develop, and there are definitely lifestyle factors that can cause heart disease, like smoking, as well as a sedentary...
Oh, the patronizing attitude. Get the out of here. You're in your 40s and you're acting like a snide little girl. You know what? That's pretty stereotypical. That's typical of vegans, isn't it? Fit in the stereotype, bud.
Well, but I have to admit, it's interesting how easily he could accept the science of lifestyle playing a causative role in heart disease.
This guy's so stupid. I didn't say... Notice the words, it seems. Rewind. Let's listen to myself talk again. It seems.
That's when you'll have these issues. It seems. It takes long.
It seems. Wow. The reason I said that is because it's in my opinion. I can hold opinions that things are causal without asserting that the science can inform upon the causality or the purported causality of the two variables concerned. You dolt.
Definitely lifestyle factors that can cause heart disease, like smoking, as well as
That is your opinion. You idiot.
sedentary lifestyle.
Sedentary lifestyle. No, that's an associative factor, because what is the mechanism there? What's the mechanism? When you actually know the etiology of heart disease, you understand that being a sedentary lifestyle is not a causal factor. If anything, a more intense, active lifestyle, if anything, would raise your risk. But of course, yeah, you have to look at the net effects and all that stuff. I'm not saying to never engage in exercise. I always say the opposite, actually. But I'm saying if you actually understand the mechanisms, there you go. Because, oh God, because if you're sedentary, you're not damaging your arteries unless you're doing other things. It's because sedentary lifestyles, if anything, in my opinion, it's because sedentary lifestyles are more associated with other colloquially considered unhealthy behaviors, like eating a bunch of bad shit and also smoking, maybe. Now in today's age of vaping.
I have to admit, it's interesting how easily he could accept the science of lifestyle playing a causative role in heart disease.
Yeah, and so I rewound, and this is where we are. So we already covered that. It's an opinion. Can you seriously not distinguish between fact and opinion? You're a idiot.
At the same time, he also denies that LDL cholesterol can do it too.
Strictly speaking, I said that it's not the cause.
On his own standards, and based on...
No, not based on my own standards. You have no idea. You have no idea what my standards are, Haircafe. You have no idea what you're talking about. None. None. You are a complete vacuous imbecile. Are you watching Haircafe? You're a imbecile. You are an arrogant, pretentious, patronizing, condescending, insolent fool.
Admission, lifestyle data would be associative too. So
yes, it is associative. And the great thing about associations is that you can form opinions off of them.
Very, very selective in his acceptance of the scientific data.
No, I'm not actually selective in my... I'm not selective in my opinions, Haircafe. I'm actually not. I have one standard. Did you know that, Haircafe? Did you know that? Of course he didn't know that. Because he's a moron. And you know what? Again, with the forgiveness, it might not have anything to do with that, his mental capacity, but his lack of curiosity and his lack of an ability to engage in innocent till proven guilty, benefit of the doubt, and giving forgiveness where it's due. This is an example of ideological tyranny, where you're trying to assert dominance over other people's ideologies with your own ideological constructs in a prideful, arrogant way, exhibiting extremely high levels of hubris.
Dare I say it, I think he is cherry-picking research.
Oh, wow. I'm actually not looking at any research, really, at all, for the reasons that I laid out. I'm looking at other inferences. So you admit that I don't look at that, and then you just now say that I'm cherry-picking data. Another contradiction in your perception of who I am and what I do and do not do.
All right, the reason that LDL is always associated in plaques, is always present in plaques, is because LDL is something that repairs tissues. So if you have damage to your tissues, well, where will LDL end up? Well, it'll end up there, okay? And if the damage doesn't surcease at all, then what will happen to the LDL is it will stay there long enough to the point where the LDL itself becomes either oxidized or glycated if you're eating a bunch of contraindicated carbohydrates, because there's not 1 gram of carbohydrate required for human consumption.
In the people studied in clinical settings and in the randomized controlled trials, which, again, weaker inferences, but if it's all you have, then okay. In the people studied, there's been no observed requirement for the amount of time that the studies have gone on for as well. Okay, in specifically the population studied, and also according to the degree to which we encountered carbohydrates. Specifically, this is the most fundamental reason: the degree to which we encountered carbohydrates in nature, as evinced not just by retrospective paleoanthropological data, although that is something there, but mainly due to right now. Like you can observe it right now. Animals do not derive any significant amount of simple carbohydrates for it to be considered a significant part of their diet, or to be considered an element of their diet that they derive a significant amount of nutrition from. Now, logically speaking, humans are different than every other animal. So you can make an argument, oh, well, humans are different. For example, 13,000 years ago, it seems, there was the advent of agriculture. And even before that, since we were hunters, we went after what differentiates us from other hunters. One of the things that differentiates us from other hunters is that, we had the ability to reason. So we saw honey, like beehives, and we acquired honey, and all that. Like, yes, I understand that there are some differences, but there's some inferences to make outside of that suggest, okay, well, then they're still not required. Or once again, at the very, very least, minimal is required. Minimal. I've always said that as a theory for insulinogenic activity, or perhaps, well, really just that, because gluconeogenic efficiency doesn't go down in any one study. We have such a high efficiency for it that you don't need exogenous glucose to subserve those needs. It would really have, if anything, have something to do with insulin secretion. But I think 0 is the way to go for most people, and I think that, as long as you appropriately phenotypically adapt to it, you're going to succeed heavily, and you're going to feel the best that you've ever felt before, metabolically speaking. So,
but that will cause a localized inflammation to the area, because the LDL is now recognized as a foreign protein because it's deranged so much, which will launch even further inflammation on the area, and it's just a negative feedback loop.
Positive feedback loop. Positive, technically. I was actually alerted of this by someone in the comments. Positive. Something that expands and becomes greater and greater, as opposed to a negative feedback loop is not something that has negative connotations. Negative, yeah, it's something that goes back to nothing, basically. It's the opposite of a positive feedback loop in that respect. No. Anyway, okay.
LDL does not repair tissues.
Oh my God. What? What the f*** are you talking about? It carries cholesterol to other tissues of the body for repair, because cholesterol is involved in every single cell membrane of every cell in the human body. I mean, seriously, do I have to watch all of this? Unbelievable.
Inflammation, which worsens the atherosclerotic plaque formation.
Hold on a minute. What?
Not repair tissues. It causes inflammation, which worsens.
Wow. Okay, so what would happen without LDL? Oh my God. I've got to stop it at this point. No way. Absolutely no way is this being said right now. Is this rage bait? Because it's working on me. Damn. There's a paradoxical effect when it becomes even more, the higher the rage bait level, almost the lower amount of rage I often feel sometimes. You reach a pinnacle, you reach a climactic point where you can only go down from there. I just get more relaxed. I'm like, oh, okay. So he's just long gone. He's off the reservation. Even though that's not a logical argument, but still, I mean, that's I can't help but feel that way sometimes. I'm like, wow, it's just unbelievable. There's LDL. LDL, the very thing that your genes are encoded to produce for the survival of the organism, induces inflammation. Inflammation being a pre-programmed response that occurs in the body when it has perceived damage to tissues or a potential invading pathogen. Unfucking believable. Yes, your genes are at fault. It doesn't repair tissues. What gets cholesterol to cells for repair in the first place? What the f***?
Atherosclerotic plaque formation. If LDL actually repaired tissue, then the higher the LDL, the less atherosclerosis you would have.
No, because did you hear my mechanism, you dickwad? You absolute dipshit? Oh my God, this is low-hanging fruit. This is really low-hanging fruit, Haircafe. This is really bad. This is embarrassing. Thank you, in a way, for making this video, so that I can exemplify and demonstrate how stupid you actually are. Wow.
The exact opposite is true, as I've already shown.
No, that is your opinion based on associative data that cannot inform upon causality.
This is more complete from Eddie the Contrarian.
No, not a contrarian. Just because I disagree with a mainstream message doesn't mean that I am a contrarian that disagrees with every mainstream message. That would be silly. That would make me an ideologue just on the opposite side of the spectrum. I dislike contrarians because they're not authentic. They're not purveying truth. They're purveying controversy in your opinion. And frankly, you can have your opinion. You can have an opinion that says that facts are but facts are facts. And he wants to bring politics into this. Well, facts don't care about your feelings. Oh boy. Okay. Anyway. Teehee. There's a lot of tee-hees going on today. And also a lot of rah, 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 rah. And also a lot of from arrogant imbeciles that really think that they're way up there on the intelligence intellect spectrum, and when in reality they're at the lower end of the bell curve, right?
Book has a refund option. Technically,
It does. That's up to Amazon, though.
right about carbohydrates, you could survive without eating a single gram of it, but
According to the populations studied, that's the key. Okay? And according to evolutionary and current inference as well, natural inference in the wild. That's the caveat. It's so funny because now he's trying to like give me some credence towards my own arguments, and he even overcorrects, he even overshoots on those and overclaims, overstates on those. It's funny. It's funny. Again, it just shows that he has a complete lack of an ability to respect nuance.
technically, he is right about carbohydrates. You could survive without eating a single gram of it, but since the healthiest foods that you can possibly consume, like fruits and vegetables,
In your opinion, if I have to say that one more time, I will not be able to help but stop this video. Sorry, I really want to give you all of this. I do. I do. I do. But at some point, there's going to be a diminishing return when it comes to the amount of time that you're willing to spend watching my reaction, especially when I'm saying the same damn thing over and over again.
carbohydrates, it would be stupid to avoid them.
That's your opinion.
Very good reason why diets rich in plant-based foods like the Mediterranean diet have actually been...
The Mediterranean diet is not a diet. That is a constructed diet that was constructed from epidemiologists by studying certain foods as reported, as the consumption was reported in certain demographics of the Mediterranean region. And once again, it's based on associative data. That means nothing, in my opinion. Oh, wow. So difficult. Anyway, carbohydrates are completely contraindicated for human consumption. Why? Because they're not required for human consumption in every single individual person studied in the population studies and from evolutionary inference and blah, 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 blah. Okay. And above a certain physiological concentration in the bloodstream that is most conducively achieved by consuming the damn things, are toxic. And our sort of threshold that we have for withstanding glycation damage is a lot lower, as observed, than other animals like hummingbirds that actually do acquire. They're one of the very, very, very few animals, the terrestrial animals, any animal actually, any of them, that actually acquire a relatively significant amount of fuel, exogenous fuel, in the form of simple carbohydrates, because they consume nectar. So like sunbirds and even sort of nectarivores like bats consume a lot less than hummingbirds. And hummingbirds have, they have postprandial levels of blood glucose that can read as high as 42 millimoles per liter. So it's about 756 milligrams per deciliter. Wow. And yet, in those very same birds, they actually register HbA1c values that are lower than that of non-diabetic humans, which goes to show that it's not glucose itself that's the problem. It's how long our genes have evolved to withstand exogenous glucose, which seems to be extremely low considering how much it takes for us to become diabetic and present with problems. What blood glucose level and what blood glucose reading that is.
in randomized controlled trials to
Again, with this that isn't science.
reduce the risk of heart attacks. So,
Covered that.
why would you want to avoid carbohydrates from healthy sources?
Well, I just covered that. And also healthy it begs the question as to whether or not they're healthy, which you need to inform of. It's merely your opinion, really. Unless you mean it contains things that promote health, like vitamins and minerals that you can absorb, which would be a silly definition because that would mean that literally everything under the sun is healthy to some extent.
I mean, certainly carbs from junk food sources like soft drinks and cupcakes aren't healthy.
What is the difference in chemical structure between the carbohydrates that are in Twinkies and Ding Dongs and the carbohydrates that are in apples and bananas? You're going to struggle to find a difference because there isn't one.
Appointment of Jason Blaha, but this Eddie guy is acting like eating blueberries is no different than eating Fruit Loops.
Well, with respect to the carbohydrate content, there is no difference. Only with respect to ratios of glucose, fructose, sucrose, and all that stuff. Lactose in the case of dairy.
Wrong, and the data proves that.
No, it doesn't prove anything. You're not God, okay? Stop playing it.
No, you can survive without carbs. There is no good reason to avoid healthy sources.
Good reason is a value judgment statement that is reflective of your opinion that you have no ability to reinforce with the data that you're referring to. I mean, you have an ability to reinforce it, but I would say that it's weak data.
Carbohydrates, especially in favor of a heart attack promoting fad diet like
you have no evidence to support the claim that it promotes it, because promote is a cause and effect statement. That is your opinion. Next.
carnivore diet. It makes no sense. Also,
that's your opinion.
Here, Eddie believes that excessive carbohydrate consumption can cause heart disease, and he's correct. There is data showing that excessive consumption of simple refined sugars can actually cause heart disease.
No, there isn't. No, there isn't. Stop it. There is an association. And this is even weaker. A higher percentage of calories, not calories. Oh, for fuck's sake. Wow. There are no calories in food and you don't derive them from food. You release calories that are released from the reaction of exothermic chemical reactions that occur in the body that you derive from, many of the substrates that are involved in such reactions you derive through diet, okay? But it's the minority of which that is actually encapsulated in the form of chemical potential energy between ADP and PI to form ATP. You do not derive calories from your food. The calorie numbers on food labels are really plus or minus 20% in terms of their actual value because you can't directly measure energy. You can estimate it. And also this completely neglects to understand that we are an open system and not a closed system, which means we allow for the flow of energy in and out of the system, sure, but also the flow of matter in and out of the system, which adds a very significant confounder because how much of the food that you're actually going to be consuming goes to forming calories, if we're going to give as much credence to the model as possible, even at the expense of integrity, by the way, just for entertainment purposes. That's the caveat. And how much of it is actually going to be excreted from the body. Fiber, the calorie numbers on food labels are composed of caloric value that's derived from the combustion of fiber, but you don't digest fiber. Eat a piece of coal that has thousands of calories, quote unquote. You excrete it because we're an open system. Oh my God, wow. So a higher percentage of calories, no. It completely skews the data because mass and calories are not equivalent here. They're different units, okay? That's like saying, oh, well, a higher percentage of calories from fat equates to whatever negative heart health outcome. Yeah, but per gram, fat has 9 calories, quote unquote, has 9 calories, which means that you could actually be eating less mass of fat and it would still register as a higher percentage of consumption of fat. That's the problem with this unit. A higher percentage of calories from added sugar, so not regular carbohydrates, so no, that's not what it shows, is associated. You see that word associated? What was the strength of the association? And in what population of people? With significantly, so it's referring to statistical significance, increased risk, no, not risk, incidence of cardiovascular disease mortality. Great. Get with this. Stop.
This data is associative, so by Eddie's own standards, we should dismiss this evidence completely since he doesn't think it proves causation.
Yes. Wow, he's actually starting to understand. Wow. Fantastic. Oh my God. By the way, dismiss it completely is a little too harsh. You can form opinions based off of it. For example, in my opinion, yeah, it makes sense that that's borne out in the data, I guess. But my passion for that conclusion is so lacking that I wouldn't care if, I looked for the flaws there, and there were plenty there, right in that sentence. You hold the same damn standard. Correct. If only you actually understood my standard in the first place, moron.
That is the problem. Okay? That's where LDL can become a problem. Fine, but it's not the fault of consuming cholesterol, first of all, and it's also not the fault of the genes producing the cholesterol in the desired amount that's, deemed indicated by the body, because the final point that I'll add here is no matter what your LDL level is, it's exactly what the body deems it to be appropriate, and it's exactly what is supposed to happen given the circumstances, because the LDL production rate in the body is dictated by your genes and nothing else. Those genes having evolved for billions of years.
Correct.
Billion, trillion, trillion, million, billion, 400 billion.
First of all, animals have not existed for billions of years.
I didn't say that. I said the genes have. In our specific species, including proto-humans that preceded our current speciation, that being Homo sapiens sapien, they've existed for approximately 4.5 million. Great. Oh, I stand corrected. Wow. Yeah. Instead, I mean 4.5 million. Wow.
Earliest fossil records of animal life occurred at the beginning of the Cambrian era, which started about...
Yeah, and that's extremely noisy as well. The idea that we can even really... I was using 3 billion loosely because the idea that we can even really determine how long life has existed on this planet is... I mean, we can't... Every single few years we're changing how long our universe actually has existed or something. It all like, oh, new telescope. Now it's double the amount that we thought. It's all speculative, retrospective. I mean, there's no records. There's none of that. Okay. It's all hypothetical. It's all speculative.
174 million years ago. So, just like the butter girl, Eddie gets his anthropological data completely wrong.
No, I don't. I absolutely do not. Okay?
More important than that, he is saying that no matter what your cholesterol is, it is determined by your genes, and that's okay because that's what nature intended for you.
Well, not necessarily, because your genes are influenced by the surrounding environmental context. You can influence your genes in a negative way, wherein the genes will still be doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing given the circumstances, but it's causing a disease process to develop. That is an argument that you could actually respond with, if you're going to, which will get us right back to where we were in the first place. Because that's true. Merely saying that whatever the LDL level is dictated by the genes is not sufficient to saying, well, then that means LDL isn't a problem. Because, well, who's to say that you can't influence the gene expression of LDL production rate to a degree that causes atherosclerosis if you just eat different foods? That's not logically... it's my final point because I wanted to let people know, okay, it's not the fault of your body, the LDL level. It's not the fault of your body. So you don't want to manipulate the genes with, like, synthetic drugs or something. The cause of the disease, even if LDL were causal, is something external because all disease, with very minimal exceptions, because there's genetic problems, like we talked about sickle cell anemia and bona fide familial hypercholesterolemia, there are conditions, they're all caused by external factors. Something you're doing that you need to stop. Even vegans typically agree with this, by the way. They just think that you need to cut out meat and fat and stuff. That's the thing you're doing wrong. But anyway.
So I guess he must be unaware that there is such a thing as familial hypercholesterolemia.
No, I just covered it, and I've been covering it this entire video.
Where people, due to their genes, have very high LDL cholesterol levels.
Due to their genes, they typically have an ability, or an inability, to take up more excess cholesterol from the bloodstream. There's your problem. This has implications in cellular starvation as well, which can kill them often before heart disease itself does. So, covered it.
Surprise, surprise, they have a 10 to 20 times higher risk of having
higher incidence,
disease than the general population. Conversely, there are people who are born with a PCSK9 gene mutation.
Right, a gene mutation. So, not in genetically normal individuals. In these situations, damage is not required at all. The cholesterol has to go somewhere, and it can enter the tunica intima through cytosis in the epithelium
levels, and they have a greatly reduced risk of developing.
Not risk, incidence. I'm going to crack down on this every single time you say that word, because it is irresponsible.
Disease. How is this evidence not convincing for these people?
Well, I already covered it.
Oh, but that's associated data and it doesn't prove causation.
Well, it doesn't, but it doesn't mean that you can't form an opinion upon it, like you can with smoking and lung cancer. That doesn't prove causation either, but my opinion is that you'd be a idiot to believe that smoking doesn't cause lung cancer. It's incongruous with what our genes most evolved to genotypically withstand. The mechanism is right there. Lung cancer, smoke goes into your lungs, okay? And also most of those people present with breathing problems even beforehand and coughing issues. Also, it's repeatable. It's been repeated multiple times on every population that smokes. That's another good gauge. But again, these are all opinions. You're a tyrant that wants to believe that your opinions can be established as fact. You want to be God of the universe, and it needs to stop today.
Shut up! We've already been through that. Saying that whatever the cholesterol...
Remember when I said that this guy was going to spew a bunch of juvenility? And prove that just because he's twice my age, it doesn't really mean he's actually twice my age?
By your genes isn't a problem for you is like saying a type 1 diabetic...
I didn't say it wasn't a problem for you. See, now you're straw manning. There's another straw man argument, you moron.
With a blood sugar of 1,000 is completely normal.
No, exactly. See, it's a genetic problem. But the genes are still doing exactly what they're supposed to do given the circumstances. That was what my point was. You have no ability to think critically. None. I'm sure this guy has degrees in something, because that's the status of universities today.
It was determined by their genes. That's just...
It was. It doesn't mean that it can't be a problem. You're correct in saying that. You're incorrect in saying that that was my implication, or that I explicitly stated it. That's a straw man argument. Straw man fallacy. Great. So another logical fallacy. Appeal to consensus, appeal to authority, straw man. What's next?
Absolutely insane. Evolution is not perfect. I mean, just...
What do you mean evolution isn't perfect? What the hell is that? What do you mean perfect? According to whom, on the basis of what? Evolution is evolution. It's a thing. What are you talking about? What the f does that even mean?
Jason Blaha.
And in fact, cholesterol is a significant part of a species-appropriate, species-specific diet.
There is no dietary requirement for cholesterol. It is
Now this is actually an argument that we can work with because it actually has some substance behind it. However, I don't relish it coming from him because this guy is a snide, snarky, pretentious, insolent, arrogant, vacuous moron. But yeah, this gets into an interesting discussion. I've said that carbohydrates aren't required because you can live without it. Well, why can't you extrapolate that logic to certain amino acids? Why can't you extrapolate it to cholesterol? Or at least, why don't you? Well, to put it extremely, like very simply, it really comes down to exactly what the hell I've been saying this entire time. How long have our genes from every infant we have been exposed to exogenous cholesterol and exogenous non-essential amino acids? Well, for a very long time. Can you say the same thing for carbohydrates? No. No, you can't. We're effectively done right there. We are. We're done. I mean, there you go. All you have to do is look at the presentation of your typical vegan and then look at the presentation of a typical carnivore, and there you have your answer. So that's why. Yeah, I'm going to use the same arguments that the vegans use for consuming carbohydrates right now, because in this case, it would actually be, it has more substance behind it for the reasons that I just laid out. The reason that you don't necessarily require exogenous cholesterol is because, well, your body synthesizes all of it because of how important it is in the body. There's a difference between how much you require to survive and how much you require to thrive and actually live an indicated lifestyle. We have to break down and discern between required for survival and required for thriving. We have to actually look into what you mean by required. What do you mean by required? What do you mean by this? What do you mean by that? Oh, well, Eddie, you're just playing semantics. Pedantic semantics. Captious semantics. Semantics is literally the study of words and communication and language, and without language, we would be animals. Not able to communicate with each other. Not able to usher order into a chaotic world using our words. So it's the most fundamental thing to pervade the truth. So yes, I'm playing semantics. That's not a bad thing. It's an important thing, actually.
essential in adults, and you can synthesize all you ever need.
Wait a minute. Did you just say in adults? Oh, that's interesting. So you actually need it when you're a kid? Because, I mean, let's just say that's true. Well, then that makes it completely different from glucose, doesn't it? Because even as a young child, you don't need glucose, exogenous glucose. Without actual glucose in your physiology, you would die. I know very, very, very deeply and intricately how glucose is used in human physiology, why it's required, in what cells it's required in, et cetera, et cetera.
There is no health problem related to low cholesterol levels. In fact, dietary...
You mean associated with them? And I would actually beg to differ. You're talking about in people studied. There aren't, over the length of the studies that they were conducted for, there were no yielded deficiency diseases presented according to the authors and or according to the metrics that were actually used to study them, the primary outcome metrics. There were no ostensible problems with them. That's different from saying that there's absolutely nothing that happens whenever you have low cholesterol. Also low according to whom, on the basis of what?
cholesterol doesn't do much to influence serum cholesterol levels to begin with.
Well, there you go. It doesn't seem to. That's what you should have said. Saturated fat, on the other hand, different story, which makes sense because when you actually look at how cholesterol is synthesized, well, acetyl-CoA is a big part of that, and fat is what produces lots of acetyl-CoA, lots of it.
Saturated fat, that is the big problem.
Well, you say it's a problem, which is based on a false premise, a premise that must be questioned and has been questioned and eviscerated, actually.
Try to be logically consistent here. So that's what, anyway, that's the counter argument. We generally recommend, okay, so who is we? Really, they're talking about authority figures, so it's an appeal to authority. We generally recommend, so it's your opinion, so it's an appeal to consensus as well, statins for LDL greater than 190, regardless of age or any other risk factors. Okay.
So who else should he go to get a medical opinion? Should he speak?
Someone that makes more sense to someone, first of all. That's what people are typically going to flock towards. But typically, in terms of who you should go after, it's someone that actually demonstrates a full, intricate understanding of the topics concerned, and that has a positive track record with respect to the implementation of such principles by the people who adopted them after hearing them from the person or the set of people. What do you think we did before there was any civilization whatsoever? I mean, we did a lot of bad things, but how did we get here is the point. That's what we do. All right, like trace it back all the way to the beginning of the chain here.
acupuncturist or a chiropractor like Mr. Berg. We're talking about
Well, it doesn't necessarily matter. I'm a high school graduate and an author.
a doctor here, and it is not an appeal to authority fallacy because nobody is arguing that he's right just because he's a doctor. He's right.
Well, yes. There are plenty of people that do. And without any explicit hint to the contrary, what else are people led to believe with that? We generally recommend, okay, you're just offering your opinion, and that's fine. The doctor was fine there in saying that. But we have to cover this. Appeal to consensus and appeal to authority.
Because the strongest medical evidence confirms that having an
According to whom? On the basis of what? You? On the basis of no understanding of the science? Patently? Demonstrably?
level of 236 is dangerous.
No. It's not dangerous. At least you have no evidence to support that claim, is what you should say. For the utmost scientific integrity and veracity.
Statins for LDL greater than 190, regardless of age or any other risk factors. Okay.
Okay, so before we listen to him badmouth statins, I want to take a moment to point out the fact that this kid has cited precisely zero scientific research to back up any of his claims so far.
Right, because I didn't need to. Show me some evidence that this table in front of me exists. Cite your research. Cite me the research that suggests that 2 + 2 = 4. Okay, the reason that these are analogous to what I was saying is I stated a fact. Cholesterol doesn't occur in the venous side, it occurs in the arterial side, and only in specific sites. Done. That's like me saying, well, glucose causes glycation. Source, bro? Source? That's not how that works. That's chemistry. Oh, when you put a block of sodium in water, it'll explode. Well, what's your source for that, bro? That's not how that works. So again, exemplifying that you don't understand how science works, when to cite studies, when to not. I didn't cite any research because I didn't need to. That's not how citing things works. What the
Stupid book, I guess. His video is over halfway over, and we haven't heard him reference even a single study yet. Not even a case for...
No, and you're not going to get one. Spoiler, you're not going to, because there was no need for it.
This is a fact-free, anti-scientific...
No, it's not fact-free. That's where you went wrong, because now you've just necessarily, in that statement, you've implied you've confessed what you actually believe, which is that research is fact. That's the only source to derive facts from. When in reality, you can't hardly establish any whatsoever unless you say, this is an association. They're noisy facts. They're noisy inferences, really.
Where he's just speculating about mechanisms without...
Well, I'm not speculating about mechanisms. I'm not speculating about mechanisms. I just said plaque develops. Speculating about mechanisms? What are you talking about? Plaque develops in certain sites of the arterial side, and they happen to be in the same sites to a predictable degree with respect to a further invariable degree, areas of high pressure and turbulent blood flow. And we know via physics that hypertension exacerbates that, and hypertension causes direct damage, mechanistic damage to the arteries, because that happens with any tube with fluid in it. That's what I'm saying. And also the mechanism is clear when it comes to LDL and its role in heart disease, because, well, we know what LDL does in an observed fashion. Nuclear magnetic resonance spectroscopy can be used to observe that. And also, LDL is found in plaque. So why is it there? And then you form a mechanism on that, and the mechanism is clear. We're not, like, grasping at straws here, bud.
Clinical data to corroborate any of his claims. So this...
Again, based on a fallacy.
Doesn't just disagree with the science, he's flat out...
No, I'm insisting upon the science. You anti-scientific clown. You anti-scientific clown. Absolute moron. Dangerous buffoon. How are you going to sit here and call me anti-scientific when you do not understand how the scientific method even works? You don't know how to conduct science or interpret it. No idea. No clue.
Science, since he doesn't think he has to back up any...
Yeah, I deny science. There it is. Anti-science, science denier. Right. Yes. Oh, wow. Wow. No, I'm insisting upon the scientific method and the proper reporting of results in science. Get seriously.
With any actual scientific research. I guess he thinks he can just rely on intuition or common sense.
No, it's not intuition. Well, some of it is common sense. Absolutely. But much of it isn't, because we're talking about intricacies of the human body.
I'll let you guys judge which form of evidence is more valuable.
Right, and his audience will definitely be able to do that. They'll definitely be able to do that with sufficient and adequate intellectual capacity and sagaciousness.
Statins work by interacting with your rate of cholesterol production, particularly LDL. But if you actually look at all of the things that it targets, the way that it targets LDL production is by cracking down on basically this enzyme called HMG-CoA reductase.
That's one of the things that it can do. It depends on the statin, to be fair. There's different interventions that you can employ.
Where that enzyme is not only responsible for cholesterol production, it's responsible for a lot of other things, the production of a lot of other things. Primarily, most relevant to the situation, your CoQ enzymes inside your mitochondria.
But my CoQ enzymes!
Yes, they're extremely important. The mobile transport enzyme, that, by the way, is not made up of protein. Yeah, if you inhibit the production rate of those, you will get dysfunction, a slowing of the rate at which the mitochondria function. Then you'll get a destruction of them. And, well, I find it very interesting that there's a significant association with sarcopenia, muscle loss, rhabdomyolysis, really, and statin taking populations. Also ALS. The reason that I said the former association, I bring that up, is because muscle cells are really the most dense in mitochondria because they're so energy demanding. So muscle cells will not be able to survive without sufficient mitochondrial activity. Their propensity for dying, as the rate at which the mitochondrial function of those cells goes down, is much, much higher than other cells that don't require as much mitochondrial activity as compared to muscle fibers.
It's basically the exact same argument that the "but my steroid" people make.
What did you just say? Huh? Wipe your chin.
Bash finasteride. The anti-finasteride people bring up other theoretical effects of blocking the 5-AR enzyme.
It's not theoretical. That's literally the mechanism. That is the chemical pathway that it inhibits. You dumbass.
Even though there is no clinical evidence that these effects are clinically relevant.
In the populations studied, for the amount of time that they were studied, and lack of evidence is not evidence of lack. You absolute moron.
The same thing applies to statins. It may be true that the effects of the CoQ enzyme might explain some of the muscle aches that people get on statins, but
okay.
Effects aren't anywhere near as important as Eddie is implying.
According to the results of the studies that have been done, and really when I say have been done, not have been done, have been released to the public. Some of them are not even able to be accessed. Did you know that? I wrote about this in my book, Contraindicated, in chapter 4. When we look at the history of statins, this might explain why some people have some muscle aches, but it's not important enough. Get the out of here, you anti-human, misanthropic piece of shit.
Especially in light of the fact that statins stop heart attacks, which are the...
There is no evidence to support that claim. In fact, whenever you don't cherry pick the data that's available to us, if you aggregate the amount of time that you live for when you take statins versus when you don't take statins, you're gaining either a median or a mean, I don't know, can't remember, of less than 4 days of life, if you're going to draw a causal inference from that, with the words gain and lose and all that. So what the is your point?
Killer of the human species on planet Earth.
Yes, because of, it's very obvious it's because of a contraindicated lifestyle that deviates too starkly from what our genes are most evolved to genotypically withstand, according to the Darwinian principles of evolution.
Not done gish galloping just yet, though, so let's let him continue.
CoQ enzymes are, fun fact, the only enzymes that aren't made up of proteins. They have no protein in them to speak of. But they are a mobile transport protein enzyme that is in the electron transport chain. And the electron transport chain is very important for, it's the entire reason we breathe oxygen. It's very important for actual ATP production, particularly energy production to form ATP. Now, you can imagine that if you break that chain...
Yeah, I know that you're really not interested in sophistication at all. I understand that you're not really interested in that whatsoever. I understand that it's really difficult for you to like wrap your head around it. It's okay. I mean, it took me a while as well, whenever I was learning it. But it's important to understand whenever you want to talk about, the effects of certain things, the chemical effects on physiology and mitochondrial function. Unfortunately, at this point in time, you wouldn't have hope in hell of understanding any of it, but, you know, maybe you'll get there one day. I suspect not whatsoever, but anyway.
So to speak, in any way, in any location in that chain of command, you are going to have serious issues when it comes to mitochondrial function. Okay, so first you have a reduction of CoQ enzymes. Okay, because it cracks down on the production, right? And so once the CoQ enzymes run their course, they usually need to be replaced. But if they're not able to be replaced, well, then they continue to function at a suboptimal rate, which will slow the rate. It'll at least contribute to, it'll have a slowing influence on the rate of mitochondrial function. And we all know, if you've read my book, once again, or if you've watched my channel long enough, if you slow the rate of mitochondrial function, it will basically correspond to a commensurate increase in inflammation. And there's a whole mechanism there.
Yeah, there's also the opposite as well is true. If you initiate inflammation, you'll get a decrease in the rate at which the mitochondria function. They are necessarily intertwined. Feedback loop. They both cause each other.
Explain it in my book. I explain it on my channel as well. I think I've talked about it in some of my consultations that you've seen on the channel. But eventually it doesn't just start to slow down. The CoQ enzymes actually start to just be eliminated. They start to be removed and excreted from the body.
Which makes sense, actually. I mean, you can only damage something for so long until, well, it just initiates apoptosis.
Ability to replace them. And when that happens, the electron transport chain can't work at all, and then the mitochondrion concerned dies. Okay? What tissues of the body are most concentrated in mitochondria? Pop quiz. I'll give you a minute to answer. Well, it happens to be muscle cells, including the heart, by the way. Well, what is one of the most...
So I'm actually really happy that he stopped talking. I'm so damn happy. Happy for my editor, too. Hell.
Side effects that you can have occur when you are taking statins. Is it muscle soreness? Is it muscle wasting?
Yes, muscle wasting. It's not just soreness, it's muscle wasting. That's a huge issue.
Analysis? Well, that's really interesting. In fact, muscle cells are so energy dependent that if you start to remove mitochondria from them, or if you start to interfere with the function of sufficient amounts of mitochondria in them, the entire muscle cell will just simply fade away.
Well,
oh god, no. Stay asleep, man. Damn, like 9 more minutes left. Please go back to sleep.
well, I gotta say, that was a word salad that would make Jordan Peterson blush, but I think what he's
Word salad. You just didn't understand what I said. I explained the mechanisms. There it is.
to say is that if you take statins, it's going to shut down your mitochondria and kill you. Well,
I didn't say that it would kill you. That's not what I said. Oh, whoa. The insufferable vegan stereotype. Holy shit.
this all sounds reasonable in theory, but once again, the outcome data completely debunks any...
The outcome data available, conducted on the populations in those specific samples for the amount of time that they were conducted for, and based on the metrics that were observed after that amount of time that they were reported to have been taking the statins. You see how all this nuance actually adds to the picture? Extremely important context. Now tell me about the association between statin-taking populations and ALS, an invariably fatal condition. That's available to us too.
mechanistic speculation. There actually was a randomized control trial that looked at the effects of statins on...
No. Effects with a randomized control trial cannot be established. How long did the study go on for? What was the population of people concerned? What was the sample size? How many of these studies were conducted that weren't released? What were the results of those studies? And of the ones that are available as well, just for fun, what is the aggregate signal-to-noise ratio of the outcome metric or outcome metrics concerned? Assuming that the methods amongst all studies concerned in this hypothetical scenario were done the same way.
Coenzyme Q levels with and without supplementation with coenzyme Q. The study found no effect of statin use on...
Okay, so pre and post, CoQ10 fold difference from pre. Well, hold on a minute. So, okay. This is the CoQ supplementation group. Okay. And then post, they had more. And then the placebo group, it was pre and post, which was basically the exact same here in the units that were measured here. 1, 2, I don't know what the unit is, but okay, fine. So there is an error bar here. Also, Mr. Cafe, do you not see these lines that represent individual data points? Just for people, I'm more unfamiliar with bar graphs, but they're pretty damn easy to read. I dealt with them actually a few months ago on a study that we reviewed on the whole carbohydrate insulin model of obesity and whatever that was published in Cell Journal. It's looking at two groups. This is the CoQ10 group that actually supplemented with CoQ10 while taking statins. And this group was the placebo group. Well, the top of the bar represents the mean. Okay, so the mean in the pre-taking of the CoQ10 enzyme in this group was 1, and post was actually greater, the mean. The bar here, the error bar here, represents either the standard deviation or the standard error. I'd love to see it as a standard deviation, but oftentimes it's presented as a standard error, which would be completely inappropriate. And then they do the same thing here. Placebo, no change. However, the lines represent individual data points. So this person right here started at this level and afterwards ended right here. Look at the damn spread. Some people went from right here, went all the way up. Some people went from right here, went all the way down. Look at this mess. Oh, I'm sorry, fold difference. That's the unit. It's not an individual unit, it's a fold difference. So no difference, one fold difference, so that it starts at 1, obviously. Yes, and it starts at 1 here. It goes up slightly, but this went from 2.5 fold to all the way down here. I mean, seriously, what the hell is this? I do have questions. If it says fold difference, though, did they actually start here? How could they start at 2.5 fold difference and then go down to less than 1 fold difference? That doesn't make any sense to me. 2.5 fold difference here, ending with less than 1.5 fold difference. That doesn't. Anyway, okay. So I could actually be getting that wrong, but if I'm not, well, then this is completely ridiculous. You actually are, if anything, reinforcing my point that this can happen.
Of coenzyme Q, and in fact, supplementation had no effect on the incidence of
no ostensible effect over the period of time that study went on for in that population of people.
muscle aches that people got from taking statins. So this is yet again another use of the mechanistic fallacy by young Eddie.
It's not a mechanistic fallacy to say that it negatively impacts CoQ. If anything, you just reinforced my ideology. You just reinforced it with that. Does rhabdomyolysis occur in statin-taking populations? Does it?
Not done yet.
Okay, it's one of the reasons why you won't see cancer develop in muscles. Okay, because cancer is specifically a mitochondrial derangement and dysfunction issue. Okay, well, the cell will actually just die because it can't work if it doesn't have sufficient mitochondrial function.
Yes, correct. Because muscle energetics is extremely dense, but you require glycogen for muscle twitch, and every single twitch that you exhibit, I guess, or you perform with a muscle fiber, the glycogen is depleted in the muscle fibers recruited for that twitch, which might be very few, but in order to produce the ATP required to synthesize more glycogen, that needs to be produced by the mitochondria, which is a lot slower of a process than glycogen breakdown, glycogenolysis, and then it's transferred from the mitochondria by creatine to form phosphocreatine, and then there you go. Without it, the muscle will basically succumb to irreversible rigor and it would die. There you go. They can't even work. Okay.
Actually, cancer does occur in muscle cells.
Yes, well, it can. I'm saying that you very, very, very rarely see it. Very rarely. You hardly ever hear of it. At the end of the day, cancer is a mitochondrial dysfunction issue.
Cancers called leiomyosarcoma and rhabdomyosarcoma that arise from muscle cells. So even though these are relatively rare cancers...
Well, that's what I was saying. You don't really see it happen in muscle cells, do you? Because they're extremely dependent on functional mitochondria.
Eddie shouldn't make these blanket statements like cancers don't happen in muscle cells, because when he makes mistakes like that, you really have to wonder what else he's making up about here. Not to mention...
I'm not making anything up. You mean like making up causal inferences from associative data because you feel like it? Do you mean calling fruits and vegetables healthy because you feel like it? Good.
There are people dying from these muscle-related cancers that don't really appreciate this kid denying their suffering.
Oh, wow. So now, yeah, right. So now you're going to accuse me of being insensitive. Right. That's rich. That's rich coming from this face. Good.
Anyway, also you should look into the association, Cody's doctor, of Well, statin-taking populations and the presentation within those populations of ALS, an invariably fatal neurological condition, which is somewhere in the ranges of 11,000% or something like that, relative increase. I can put the study on the screen for you. And there's another clear mechanism right there. Not only does HMG-CoA reductase inhibition results in a decreased production of CoQ enzymes, so muscle issues are going to result in that, because it's the most heavily concentrated in mitochondria, right? So you would expect things to happen like that. But also myelination of your neurons. Myelin sheathing, it sheathes your neurons, hence the name, and it protects them. So that's also something. It's irreversible. It's an irreversible condition, and it's invariably fatal.
So finally, Eddie actually tries to back up one of his arguments with a study, which is this study right here. It is based on the FAERS FAERS database, where people can self-report adverse events related to the medication they're taking. However,
Right, okay.
this is just another example of cherry picking, unfortunately. It turns out that there are also studies showing that statins have a neuroprotective effect against...
No, it does not show that there are any neuroprotective effects. Are you going to actually get into the data of the paper that I cited? I'm serious. Get into it. I find it very, I think it's very convenient that he's not going into it.
ALS and other neurological diseases like Parkinson's disease. So if you actually look at the data, you find
If you actually look at the data, you mean the data that you just completely ignored that I put up on the screen?
no association between statin use and ALS risk.
So you want to talk about cherry picking, and then you cherry pick a study. Now, this study, to be fair, is a meta-analysis, so it's an aggregation of multiple studies. But there's multiple different meta-analyses that can be conducted, and different meta-analyses include different studies in their analysis. Also, define long-term use. I mean, seriously, define long-term use. This is in people studied as well.
Statins may help prevent ALS.
So you're recommending statins?
Right, so did you hear how he said may prevent? That was the only time that he ever responsibly conveyed the results of studies. They may actually prevent it. But every time that you hear may, you can also just replace it with may not, and it means just the same thing. They also may not.
Mitochondrial poisons. Again, I wrote about statins extensively in my book, Chapter 4. Okay? You should look at the fraud that was behind the implementation of those as well. You will never look at the FDA the same. Okay? Even if you are already jaded against the FDA, read that. You'll give them even less credence.
If that requires actually buying, or even worse, reading your book, then no thanks. I'll trust the clinical evidence instead, and I'll use my reading time.
The clinical evidence that you can't actually interpret properly, correct? That's the stuff you're referring to? Do you actually understand statistical inference, or do you just appeal to authority and consensus all day long? If that requires buying my book. Well, fortunately it doesn't actually, because Paul Mason actually did a video on this. And it was the exact same history that I put forth. That's where I heard it from first, actually. All credibility, all of that. Paul Mason. He's the one that put in the actual hard work on that research, on the studying of that, and the digging deep into that. You should go check that out.
Actual good book, like Aurora by Kim Stanley Robinson, my favorite science fiction writer of all time. Great book, by the way.
Okay, regardless of age or any other risk factors. Okay, so risk factors, again, risk is a cause and effect statement. There's no risk factors identified. There's associative factors.
No.
Yes, you absolute You're a moron.
That is causative.
No, it's not causative. It's not causative because you feel like it. It's not causative because you want it to be. It's associative. Merely.
Through this. At this...
Yeah, we have already been through this. Sunshine.
You're basically just arguing semantics.
Ooh, covered it.
Data on statins, LDL cholesterol, and heart disease meets the Hill criteria for establishing causality.
Hill criteria that is a constructed opinion. Covered that too.
And there are randomized control trials that also establish causality.
No, they don't. Because they literally can't. And we covered that too.
Doesn't matter how much you plug your ears and plug your book.
No, it's not. I'm not plugging my ears and I'm not plugging my book. I mean, I did in that video, of course. I'm not plugging the person plugging their ears is the one that doesn't want to believe that, oh, well, I'm not God. I can't establish order whenever I want to. Okay?
Speak for themselves no matter how much you go, nah, I don't want to believe it. It's true. Get over it.
No, well, right back at you. Right back at you.
Your diet is certainly the main driver here. Okay, well, actually, you don't know that. You 100% do not know that. Many people that adopt a carnivore diet actually have a decrease in total cholesterol and LDL. That's interesting.
This may be true because there are always outliers with every health scenario. It's possible that if someone is extremely obese and they lose a dramatic amount of weight on the carnivore diet, that their cholesterol might improve somewhat, but that's because
Improve is that begs an entire question. Again, that statement is built on a foundation that must be questioned, a premise that must be questioned. But also, why are you sitting here saying that if they lose a bunch of weight, then their LDL will go down? What's the mechanism there? Oh yeah, no, there isn't a mechanism. What you're doing is you're making a causal claim based on association. The association being that, oh well, people that are overweight, they typically have higher LDL. So if you lower their weight, their LDL could go down.
probably had a diet beforehand, and also because LDL is highly correlated with body mass. But in general,
Called it.
LDL cholesterol does go up on the carnivore diet.
No. You can't say that for every person invariably. It can, and if it does, so what?
Not only that, animal-based diets increase other negative factors that cause heart disease.
No. They don't. My brain is about to be fried. I'm not even as adroit as and reflexive and accurate as I've been throughout the rest of this video. Blah. I'm assuming that he's referring to risk factors, and that's what I'm saying no about. Not risk.
This review article, quote, animal food-centered diets may increase cardiovascular...
See that word may? You see that word may there? Because it can't inform upon it?
like receptor signaling due to increased serum endotoxins and oxidized LDL cholesterol.
Oxidized LDL is the result of LDL particles remaining in the bloodstream for longer than they ought to remain in indicated scenarios. We covered oxidized LDL.
Cardiovascular lipotoxicity, increased renin-angiotensin system components, and subsequent angiotensin II type 1.
Right, so this is actually an example of inappropriate. Well, I mean, not even really inappropriate. You can do what you want, but mechanistic speculation based on data that is insufficient. This was not a chemical analysis, I suspect. This is another randomized control trial thing. And then it pairs it with a bunch of cellular biology that is extremely reductionist. Depending on what study you're referring to. Sometimes they'll look at one pathway in isolation, out of the context of the full system. So,
signaling and increased serum trimethylamine and oxide concentrations.
Well, that's interesting because then there's a study that shows that actually over long periods of time or longer periods of time on a heavy meat-based diet, what you'll actually see is a gut microbiome change that metabolizes TMAO into TMA, which is purported to be completely innocuous. Which goes to show that once you adapt properly to a diet phenotypically, that a lot of these potential risks actually completely disappear. Yeah, so basically the message here is don't change your diet overnight.
These nutritionally mediated factors independently increase cardiovascular oxidative stress and...
No, you can't inform upon that. False. You're not playing God. Well, you are playing God, and you need to stop. You're not going to get away with it on this channel.
And are all independently tied to cardiovascular disease development. Unquote.
Tied means associated.
So, we've been talking a lot about LDL cholesterol in this video, but as you just saw, there are a lot of other...
Which still isn't cholesterol.
...factors from animal-based diets that also increase the...
Define animal-based diets, because not all of them are the same.
...heart disease.
Certainly the main driver here, but genetics could also be playing a role with levels this high. Well, they absolutely can play a role, and I have no doubt that they are. So what?
So Eddie thinks that anything that is genetic is good.
That's not... No. I said, and I'm implying, but I also, have said multiple times on this channel and in my book, that whatever the genes are doing are exactly what they are supposed to be doing, given the circumstances in which they were placed. That doesn't mean that things that the genes do can't lead to a negative health outcome in the body in a disease presentation. What that does mean, though, is that you are doing something that you ought not to be doing that is influencing the genes in such a way so as to cause that problem. That is what I'm saying. With the very minimal exceptions, like people with sickle cell anemia, which even then, the genes evolved that for ostensibly malaria minimization. But that's an example of antagonistic pleiotropy, by the way. A bona fide example of that. It has negative health outcomes. The genes are still doing what they're supposed to be doing. But very rarely do you get a situation where that actually kills you. Like in the case of sickle cell anemia.
Can elevate your LDL cholesterol levels and give you a heart attack.
No, well, okay, so you drew another causal inference there. Okay, we're not going to have that.
Even though we have data proving that if
No, not proving anything. Proving your ignorance. You showed this on the screen earlier.
increase your LDL cholesterol levels, you will definitely reduce your risk of a heart attack.
No, you will not definitely do that at all. You have no evidence to support that claim.
He doesn't seem to think that matters, though, because he thinks McNuggets are too tasty. So,
McNuggets? Okay, this has to be ChatGPT.
after this, Eddie just insults the doctor a couple more times and repeats his previous talking points, so I think we're done with Eddie, thank God.
Oh, thank God. Because that means we're done with you. Well, for the most part.
Unless, of course, he makes some crybaby response video, in which case I'll have to debunk him again, so.
Oh, right. Can't wait for it. Or you can just actually talk to me face to face instead of, just making videos back and forth, because, frankly, it would be a lot easier for the both of us, I would presume. It'd be a lot easier for me than it would be easier for you, considering that all you do is script your videos and probably generate a lot of your prompts from ChatGPT. Anyway.
We'll see.
We'll see.
So, anyway, with that being said, if this was informative, leave a like.
Yes, I will admit that it was informative, but not for the reasons you intended. I think it was helpful, though.
It was for the reasons that I intended, actually. You just didn't like what I said.
That you really convinced me that the internet, especially YouTube, desperately needs more oversight and moderation in order to protect people from the kind of...
Oh, wow. So he's also in favor of censorship. I mean, look, this gets into another conversation surrounding, how should YouTube, since it's a private company, be able to enforce that rule however they want to? I actually tend to lean towards the yes realm, but, I just wouldn't like if they did that. But anyway, okay, so the fact that he's in favor of it is the problem, though. Like, oh, wow, okay, I see. Cool. Anyway, that's a story for another day.
Health misinformation people like you spew. So thank you for that.
Well, it's not misinformation. What you spewed is misinformation. Oh yeah, I can inform upon causality with associations. Ha 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 ha. Because I want to, and because I feel like it. Ha 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 ha.
At least. Now, before I conclude here, there is one more fallacy that I think I need to talk about, and this one is by far the most common fallacy carnivore dieters rely on to justify their diet. It's even more common than the naturalistic fallacy. I'm talking about the anecdotal fallacy. The reason I bring...
Oh my God. Wow. So no one can ever cite an anecdote as a positive, as a reason to do something? Because actually that's how things work. Someone tells you their experience with something and they go, oh, wow, I think I might try that. And then they do it and they see if it works for them. That's how that works. All we have are anecdotes, really. And we already covered it because we already covered why, because human nutrition science isn't science. We've got anecdotes and you've got maybe some case studies or something, but mainly anecdotes. There's a bias there too, because, when it comes to what people's experiences are on carnivore, every single person that's ever done a carnivore diet, the ones that are going to actually start posting about it they're already going to be extremely minimal, because most people do not go on social media and post a bunch of stuff online. But of that group that does, the overwhelming majority are going to be positive anecdotes, because why else would someone post a negative anecdote unless they're trying to warn people like, okay, hey, you probably shouldn't be doing this, in my opinion, because blah, blah, blah. And there are some people like that, but it's going to be overwhelmingly the majority. And especially of the content that is released, the ones that are going to get super popular are most likely to be the positive ones. At least I would suspect that that's most likely. But I have no idea.
Up at the end of the video is because I don't think I'm going to even need to show you any video examples of the anecdotal fallacy, and that's because you are definitely, without question, going to find plenty of examples of people using this anecdotal fallacy right here in the comments section, probably before they even finish watching the video.
Them just sharing their experience. Yeah, I feel great. I mean, it's not a fallacy. It's sharing someone's experience. It's sharing your experience. The fallacy, I guess, is the implication with sharing your story that it must be a good thing to be doing because it worked for you. Which, yes, that's a fallacy. I don't say that's why you should be doing something, though.
You right now that there will be at least several dozen comments of people making unverifiable claims like the carnivore diet made them feel great, or it cured their inflammation, it cured their Parkinson's disease, or it treated their autoimmune syndrome.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's an inference whenever you look at how many people are saying that they've healed all their conditions with it. Because at the end of the day, as much as people think that we're a material science kind of society, which we are, but despite that, everything still goes back to antiquated ways, which is trial and error. That's all we still do even today. Because we think that all this stuff is scientific and causal and all that stuff. You're still just forming an opinion and you're implementing it and you're seeing how it works. That's what life is all about. And that gets into natural selection, doesn't it? Darwinism in action. That's how it works. So, I mean, that's how all drugs are implemented. That's why the FDA has had to recall like a third of the drugs they've ever actually verified and approved. It's because it's all been trial and error. You can't inform upon side effects of a drug or long-term effects of a drug until it's implemented into a population, and then you do a broad observational study. It's actually, that's epidemiology. It's in the name, epidemic. You look for trends in disease or something like that. It's hypothesis generating for the most part. Sometimes it's enough to form an opinion off of just that data alone, but very rarely. For example, in the case of smoking and lung cancer, it's so significant. I mean, do you really need to do any randomized control trials? By the way, if you did a randomized control trial on populations that smoke for the average amount of time that they actually go on for, you're gonna see that they didn't develop lung cancer. It takes a while. So it can actually, the results of randomized control trials can seem to conflict with the observational studies. So even though observational studies should be used in a hypothesis generating way, the premise that the idea that if a randomized control trial doesn't bear out the implications according to the author's perspectives of the observational data, that the observational data must not suggest what they thought it suggests, is also false. Do you see how science is so ambiguous? And this isn't being anti-scientific. I'm literally being the most pro-scientific that you can be. I'm respecting science. I'm respecting the truth. Ridiculous.
People want to make those types of claims, then the burden of proof is on them. Anecdotal.
Okay, well, what would you like them to provide? I'm sure that you would just deny any proof that they actually put forth. I'm serious. This whole anecdotal thing, many people post their anecdotes online.
Is not good enough. The only anecdotal claim that they often make that I do believe sometimes is that it helped them lose weight. That is believable because oftentimes...
See, you're just choosing which ones to believe according to what fits your ideology and conforms to it. See, that's what... You're just an ideological tyrant and you don't pervade the truth. You choose what to believe so long as it fits within your ideological framework. Your theological framework as well.
Do lose weight when they get sick. Lots of things...
Oh, yeah, right. Because you're just getting sick. That's what it is. Even though you feel the best that you've ever felt in your entire life on any diet, and you've lost so much weight, you've just lost weight because you're sick. You don't realize it, but you're sick. So gaslighting as well, to end it off. Good.
Make you sick can cause weight loss, like cancer and drug addiction, so the carnivore...
Completely different mechanisms there. Cancer steals your muscle to produce lots of glucose because it thrives on glucose, and also glutamine, by the way. Glutamate, whatever. But that's actually the main reason why you get so skinny when you have cancer in the later stages. Cancer cachexia is what that's called.
Help for that very same reason. Fortunately, though, there are a million other healthier ways to lose weight that don't...
In your opinion. They're all contraindicated from every sufficient and significant and utilitarian inference we have, though.
Involve doing a dangerous diet like the carnivore diet. It's important to remember that these types of anecdotal claims...
Not like the carnivore diet, by the way. Also, there's not the carnivore diet trademark. There are many carnivore diets, some of which are appropriate, some of which are ostensibly inappropriate according to the Darwinian principles of evolution.
not unique to the carnivore diet at all. In fact, every scam product and every scam fad diet that has ever existed in human history has always had a sizable group of proponents who would insist against all the medical evidence that what they're promoting has miraculous benefits.
Correct. Now, define medical evidence. And also, does that mean that every single person that says that must be wrong? And that's not logical, is it?
Carnivore diet is no exception.
Well, it is an exception because it's actually an adequate approximation to a species-appropriate, species-specific diet for human beings.
Literally, all these carnivore influencers have some sort of conflict of interest since they're all selling something related to what they're promoting, like supplements, books, or programs. They promote the carnivore diet.
Oh, so this is all now about money. Of course, because if we really want to make money, we would promote the most fringe diet ever. Right. I mean, of course, that would be the easiest thing to do, right? It wouldn't be like, go on a standard American diet, promote that, promote, the animal-based Paul Saladino diet, or promote veganism or vegetarianism. It wouldn't be doing that. It would be to promote carnivore and also say that it's totally fine to eat your meat raw. Yeah, that's the way to make money. Of course. So this is all about money. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing.
They stand to gain from it financially.
Right. That's what this is all about. We stand to gain from promoting carnivore financially. That's what we stand to gain. A bunch of money. That's why we do it. Of course.
Carnivore dieters like to think that they're rebels fighting back against medical establishment information.
Do you really think that I like being a rebel? Do you think that I like having to do these videos? And do you think that I like exposing myself to this? I would love to trust our institutions. I would love to not have to do this at all. It stresses me the out. And I do it anyway. I do it anyway. Because I have an obligation to do that as someone that has been jaded against the medical system, that has been jaded against the misinformation and disinformation promulgated from mainstream medical establishments and agencies and authority agencies. You are an ignorant, naive, arrogant fool. This is another example of arrogant ignorance, which is the most dangerous personality trait that I think that you can exhibit.
Low-carb diets like the keto diet and the carnivore diet are now multi-billion-dollar industries. You can find...
Yeah, you're right. I make billions of dollars. I make millions of dollars. I make thousands of dollars. It is still fringe. Everything's relative. Compare that to the other industries. Besides, perhaps veganism today.
For books and supplements at every Whole Foods and Sprouts grocery store right next to the aisle that sells ear candles and coffee enemas. So when you go carnivore, you are not sticking it to the medical establishment and you don't look...
Well, no one's... Oh, so now he's saying that we're just doing it because we're sticking it to the medical establishment and we're trying to look cool. So more really ad hominem sort of attacks, that they're attacks on the character of someone, and it's coming from a place of bitterness. It seems. It's a real shame.
Counterculture. What you are doing is you're just swapping your support from one multi-billion-dollar industry to another multi-billion-dollar industry. I mean...
Or I'm not, if I buy my food from a regenerative farm and don't actually go to the grocery store for food. Did you ever think about that? I said in a few videos ago that I would actually start doing it, and I have. I spend a lot more money, actually. Anyway...
Possibly call yourself a rebel if you're just doing the same fad diet that pretty much 99...
It's not a fad diet. Fads go out of style, and fads are extremely new and unnatural. The ketogenic carnivorous diet has been around for millions of years. So, anyway.
Of every 40-something-year-old Facebook Karen and Gen Z cool edgelord dude bro is also doing. You are not a rebel. You are a trend-following poser, and you are...
We're not following trends. Also, this begs the question as to whether or not something that you're following being a trend must mean that the reason you're following it is because it is a trend, which is ridiculous. Trends start because people just started doing something that became a trend. It wasn't a trend before until people started doing it. So that logic doesn't even make any sense. So,
sheep who is completely incapable of critical thinking skills, and you've...
well, projection. That is projection. You're in your 40s and you can't critically think about science.
be taken advantage of by corporate sociopaths who take delight in watching themselves get richer while watching you get sicker.
Right. Okay. So this can have an element of truth depending on what corporation you're talking about. But we all know where this is coming from, what place this is coming from, ideologically.
Bitching about big pharma and big food industries, what you should really be questioning here are the motivations of the people who have gotten very rich by fooling you, as well as hundreds of millions, if not billions of other—
Well, no one's been fooled. You've been fooled, clearly. So again, like right back at you, everything that you're saying, right back at you. I don't do what I do because institutions told me it's good. Okay, I'm not obsequious like you are. You're an obsequious lickspittle, frankly. You don't even realize it, but you are.
to believing that plants are bad for you. No joke.
Well, plants are contraindicated for human consumption from every inference that we have.
Look at how rich Dr. Mercola is. So, sorry to say—
Well, Dr. Mercola changed his philosophy multiple times. In fact, Dr. Mercola now promotes sugar consumption, and he promotes a Rapedian-style diet. Unless you're saying that the reason he got his money in the first place was because the majority of his career was not promoting that, but promoting a bunch of low-carb stuff. In which case, okay.
But your parents at the dinner table were right. So quit acting like a toddler, grow up, and eat your vegetables.
Or don't, because they're not required, and they seem to cause lots of issues to the genotype of every human being in the human genome.
Like a toddler, grow up, and eat your vegetables. God bless.
Oh, okay. I thought he was going to be atheistic or something. Maybe he'll be more receptive to what I was saying throughout this video then. All right. Well, that was ridiculous. That was atrocious. That was anti-scientific. That was basically denying the scientific method and basically perverting it to subserve his own ideological desires and conform to his already preconceived notions of the universe. It was a lack of humility. It was pathetic. It was arrogant. It was insolent. It was vacuous and vapid at times, and it was irresponsible and inappropriate, and it was shameful. I mean, really, this person genuinely still believes that he's in his 40s, and he believes that the science can inform upon anything of any utility. He believes that you can just basically assert causality with an association so long as you feel like it. You can make some strong inferences with the Bradford Hill criteria. I'm not saying it doesn't have any utility, but it can't inform upon cause and effect. This necessarily will get into a philosophical conversation, as it did during this video. Things are a lot more ambiguous than people would like them to be, and people need to respect ambiguity and make peace with ambiguity instead of throwing a tantrum like a child when confronted with the reality of chaos and trying to then just throw your toys around, which is sort of representative and analogous to establishing order almost in spite. No, I'm going to do it anyway because, well, I can't handle the chaos. It's fear. He confessed it right there in the video whenever he said, oh, this nihilistic view by Eddie. This nihilistic view. No. Nihilistic. I already covered the irony behind that. First of all, it's not nihilistic. It's liberating, and it helps you make peace with the universe, with the world, and the way that things are. He'll probably make a response video, whatever. Like I said, it would be a lot easier for us to do that face-to-face. This gets into a conversation of like debates versus conversations. Are debates actually of utility? I do struggle with that question because usually debates aren't about purveying the truth, and that's really all I care about. Conversations are about purveying the truth. It's like playing a game with someone else. It's not a competition, but it's a cooperative embarkation. I have a hard time being cooperative with someone that insults my intelligence merely on the basis of my age. At least initially, that was how it was. Again, this isn't me playing the victim or anything. Obviously, I can handle that. I'm not crying about what he said. I found it quite entertaining. I'm just saying that, well, I find it difficult to cooperate with someone that, it's clear that they don't want to cooperate with me. And I think they're really, really far gone when it comes to reality. And I don't mean that as a cheap shot. I mean, like in the literal definition of like reality, how to perceive it objectively, what the history of science, how it emerged in the first place, what its utility is, what it can and can't inform upon, how to report it responsibly, how to conduct it responsibly, and et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, if you enjoyed the video, leave a like, subscribe to the channel. If you haven't subscribed yet, what are you doing? Leave your thoughts in the comment section below. And also, once again, buy my book, Contraindicated. Closer look and revision of mainstream health axioms that have perpetuated illness, disorder, and disease for over a century. If you have not bought that book already, there are a lot of morons online, as you can see. A lot of these morons online like to refer to themselves as coaches because legally they can do that just by calling themselves a coach. Seriously, that's how it works. If I call myself Coach Eddie right now, well, I'm a coach. There you go, legally speaking. However, most of these coaches teach the absolute wrong information. They're not properly trained, and they are spewing a bunch of nutritional disinformation, really misinformation, and also a bunch of, side note, fitness misinformation as well. And I think they're doing a lot of harm. And so it's important, if we believe in a free market system, to have an antagonistic sort of back pressure on that. And fortunately for you, I have an ability for you to do exactly that, which is through a carnivore certification program that I am affiliated with Carnivore Coach Peter with. Carnivore Coach Peter is someone that has coached clients for over 20 years, so he definitely has experience with clientele. And this program is a program that gets you internationally accredited as a certified nutrition coach. What this basically does is it makes the word and the term coach actually mean something. It allows you to acquire insurance more readily, more easily, for the same reasons that you have car insurance, even though you're not necessarily a bad driver, before people want to attack us for, having the option for insurance. Every medical professional has insurance. So anyway, it allows you to do a lot of other things, and it actually gives the authority tag some meaning, some actual substance behind it. So I think that is incredibly important. And it helps to sort of, again, put back pressure on this increased supply of morons online that like to call themselves coaches. There is a demand for more coaches, and I think that, we can actually make some authority mean something, because as much as an appeal to authority is a fallacy, it doesn't change the fact that most people are still going to appeal to authority. And so you might as well make authority mean something. And I think that this is the way to do it. I've contributed 4 modules to the program. There's modules from Dr. Sarah Zaldivar, Dr. Abs, for example, and many other medical professionals in the space. We are stopping sales for the summer. However, you can still sign up in the links in the description below. Our website is there, and also ways to get a hold of Peter directly to negotiate a plan, a way to apply, a method of applying. You can still sign up through those links, though, for the waitlist in September, or waitlist for September. So you can still go ahead and go down there. And recently, there's been some exciting news surrounding that program, that being the introduction of a new sort of subsection of that program, a completely new program in reality, which is our new fitness program that I've actually contributed a module to as well. This program has been officially certified by the National Academy of Sports Medicine and the Athletics and Fitness Association of America. So yes, this is the real deal. You can sign up to be a member of that program as well, but with one caveat. We are only taking 10 members first between the months of September and October. So you better get while the getting is good. Again, links in the description below for that. And we'd love to see you as a member of the program, both of those programs. And you have the opportunity as well to talk to me face to face, as well as you see oftentimes on this channel. That's the only way at the moment for you to be able to do that. So there's another perk for you. So with that being said, look forward to seeing you there. And until next time, when we're reacting to more arrogant ignorance and anti-scientific nonsense. So till then.